All right, peace, and welcome to the Sesh channel. It's your brother Wujau. I'm also here with Emiket. And Emiket, you want to say greetings?
Hotepu Abedi.
All right, all right. So again, welcome to the Sesh channel. As you can see, tonight's discussion is entitled "We've Got a Vid for That." A history of providing the necessary tools for all things Egyptian hieroglyphic. And I may mention this in a previous live stream that we recently did, where I feel that, or actually I know for a fact that a lot of the videos that we've done over the years are being missed by a lot of people that have entered this space now, based on the different topics that have been floating around on social media, Facebook and on YouTube. And so tonight, what I would like to do is to go over those issues and emphasize the fact that we pride ourselves on being an educational platform where we focus more on education and less on the other things that you may see going around either on Facebook or on YouTube, and so the challenge for us is how to address topics that are very good topics, information that should be taken serious, and cater to the thirst and the what do you call it, the motivation that people have to learn about ancient Egypt, its language, and its culture. So the challenge has been how to engage that without succumbing to the baggage that comes along with it, in terms of a lot of the different things that kind of hinders growth and hinders the learning process. All right, so I've already expressed my feelings about all of that, but that's a huge challenge. And looking back over our channel in the archives and the videos, I can say, even though I'm part and parcel of it, but I can honestly say that our channel, the archives, are a gold mine of resources for people to check out and look at. So the thing that I would like to ask anyone listening and chiming and hanging with us now is to definitely, spread the word. If there's any videos that you may have seen on our channel that have interest you, share it. Share it with anybody you think may be interested in it, or what have you, or just the whole channel in general, and then let people look through the archives of our videos. We've created playlists and tried to group the videos together under certain categories to make it easier to find. We've time-stamped the videos. We put timestamps in the description of a lot of videos. We still have more to do, but we've gone back. Emicat has gone back and has done that. And so from our perspective, it's no excuse, because the tools are there and they're very much necessary for anyone who wants to chime in on conversations regarding ancient Egypt, the language, culture, etc. And you all know that there's a perpetual running topic in the community about the blackness of the Egyptians, whether the Egyptians racialized themselves and called themselves black, what was the inspiration for the name of their country or kingdom. Those are hot topics, and they've been hot topics in the community for a good while, for over 50 years really. But it's peaking, and the peaking it keeps on peaking. As you all may know, I've taken a over a year and a half or so break from all of this, only to come here again to, open the door again, and I see the exact same things that have been taking place as if I didn't take a break. And so, from our perspective, it can get very, very disappointing. Um, I don't know what other word. It's just, and frustrating. I will say that too. Frustrating, painful, disappointing, and things like that, because we've done our best to provide the tools and the education, sharing information, so that people will be equipped to come in and chime in on the conversation. But it's there. So the problem is, it could be a couple of things. One is that, we know our channel is not popular because we're not in this for a popularity contest. So we're not competing for popularity. Uh, I would like the information to become popular. That's definitely, but we're not in it for that. And we don't condone the drama, or the attractive entertainment drama side of things, and that's just what it is nowadays. People are looking for um, reality TV type of things on YouTube. We've moved from the TV to YouTube, and we want that love and hip hop type of was basketball wives, where people are bickering and fighting and things like that. And so we don't do those kind of things here. And so, if that's what people want and we don't do it, then guess what? We're not gonna get a lot of people checking out the information. So I understand it. Um, but what happens, like I said, it's a challenge, because when we chime in on these different conversations, there's a lot of information that people are missing in order to keep up with the conversation. Just in a little bit of time that we've made an appearance again, I've seen people come here. I opened the chat up, I opened the panel up, and people could come on the panel, and I've seen people and heard people ask questions or bring up things that we've covered not only once, but 2 and 3 times. And these are very, very important key pieces of the puzzle in order to follow along with the conversations. Like something as simple, I'll give you an example. Something as simple as synonymy, something as simple as homophony, translations. What are translations? What else? Um, those are just things I could throw off the top of my head.
What is a
Go ahead.
word? All those kind of stuff. What is a
Right.
word? And then basic stuff like determinatives and functions, the glyph functions. We have those too, I think, those basic stuff.
Right. Some basic things about the writing system, how it works, and things like that. And you have to know, these are must have pieces of knowledge that people need to have in order to chime in on the conversation or to gain an opinion about the conversation. Any conversation dealing with the ancient Egyptians. You have to know certain things. It's not something that you can just come out of the clear blue sky and just pick be forced to pick a side based on who you like, who you dislike, or the person's name or whatever, and then just ride with that. That's the worst thing you can do. That's not productive at all. That's anti growth. And so again, tonight's video is called "We've Got a Vid for That," and we really do. I've spent some time scrubbing through different videos on different channels, trying to catch up over the time that I've taken a hiatus. And everything, I can honestly say that so far from what I've seen, and I'm still have a few to catch up, because I'm not watching the full videos of everybody's videos for the past 2 years. I don't have enough time to do that. But everything I've seen, every single thing I've seen so far that's still being talked about, um, we've covered. we've covered it. I haven't seen anything new being discussed. I've seen the same things being discussed, and I've seen the same errors being made. And not everything is an error, so I don't want to make it sound like everything everybody's saying is wrong. But the things that are wrong, they're continually being wrong because people are not equipped with the information um, about these different issues. And but we've covered it. And what's very, very frustrating is that we've covered it many years ago and multiple times. So here we are tonight. And so what I want to do is I'm looking at the chat, and with the help of Emiket, between myself and Emiket, I want to hear from the chat what some key elements to any conversations that you're having. You know, I know the main conversation is the entire I call it the blackologist movement right now, dealing with ancient Egypt. But all of these topics, and what I want to do is I want to point out what you need to know in order to have a better understanding of said issue. So what I want to hear from, I want to hear from the chat, and I want to hear from you all. Name some of these issues, whether they're an overarching issue or a specific, a specific issue or even claims. And then I'm going to point out the things that you need to know or you should know in order to judge it, in order to discern that issue. All right. And I'm going to tell you, we've covered it. That's why tonight's show is called We've Got a Vid for that. And that's a playoff, back in 2008, 2009, when Apple had the iPhone commercials that we saw. You saw it used to say, whatever. We got an app for that. You want to do this, you want to do that. We've got an app for that. So that's how we feel. Everything we've seen, we've got a vid for that. We've got a video for that. We've got a vid for that. Whether it's the riparian, people question about that. Whether it's a land glyph that goes along with the name, the place name Kemet. What is a toponym in the first place? I mean, you name it. We've covered many things on this channel. So the channel you're watching, just make sure that if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to it. And if you like the information, thumb it up, because obviously the YouTube algorithms and things, get involved, where it will help promote the videos in that way. We're not here. You don't see, Cash App tickers or what they used to call it, the super chats and things. And not that anything's wrong with that at all, but I'm just pointing that out because our behavior and how we carry and run this channel and how we carry ourselves, it's self-explanatory. It demonstrates the fact that why we're doing what we're doing, and that's to really educate and grow the knowledge collectively so that we can actually learn more and more and get to that objective truth about any topic, whatever the research subject is. If it's something that I deal with, hey, I'm in. If it's something that I don't know about or I'm not dealing with, then I will yield to the next man or next woman that does, focus on whatever. All right. So that's it. So I want to hear from the chat, what are some of the issues, and it may be better to open up the panel. So you all tell me, because when I do open up the panel, not too many people come on, which is fine. But there's a slight delay and latency between when I'm talking and you all in the chat. So that kind of makes it a little awkward. But I wanna see some of you all's comments about issues, about different issues that you um, have in relation, anything related to ancient Egypt, the culture, the language. And we're going to point out some of the videos, and we're going to post the links to these videos so that you can check them out whenever you go to the video. You just bookmark it. You don't have to watch it now, obviously, because you're watching us right now. But bookmark it, and then you can watch it later. Because what I want to do, the way that we do our videos, if you watch the video, then any future video that we have, any future live stream, any future live stream, we can discuss what you've seen. It's, it's patterned, it's structured like a class. It's very structured. When I discuss things and share information, you watch it, you digest it. If it's something that you research, investigate, and found something different or the same, we can interact. But we have to interact after you have at least seen the video. That's why they're there. That's why they're there. So, and those are things I would love to do. So that's where we need to go. That's how you grow. If I have to keep explaining what a toponym is over and over and over again, then that kills the growth. It's just not gonna work out that way. And it's not like school. I remember somebody gave me an example of school where let's say a teacher is teaching third grade. So a teacher gets a group of third graders for the whole school year. And then at the end of the school year, those third graders go on to the fourth grade. And then that same teacher gets a new set of third graders. And then that teacher has to teach the third grade again, the information again. I remember somebody brought up that example, and I was explaining to them that that's not the same. Or even if you use that example, the teacher is not reinventing the third grade information that he or she is teaching. They're teaching from resources that are already there and written. And so for us, those resources are the rebuttal book to Walter Williams. And I heard that that he chimed in and gave an opinion, either today or very recently, about, I guess, the blackness of Egypt and things like that. But we did a rebuttal book to his claims about the hieroglyphic writing system not being deciphered. So that beginner's book that teach you how about the writing system at a beginner's level, the whole, the ancient Egyptian language, called Rodney Kemet, not Rodney. I know people joke with that, Rodney Kemet, but Ra-Ni Kemet. We have a beginner's book. We even have an essay book, collaboration between myself, Osara Motep, and the brother Sanjeti, about the place named Kemet, contribution to the meaning of the place named Kemet. What else? Emicat has a book on how to learn how to write the hieroglyphs and things. At least the monoliterals. We have that going on. I'm currently working on a full-fledged grammar that will be very, very interesting when it's said and done. But I'm not. I'm far from being done with it. But hopefully it will definitely be worth it. And I'm excited about working on it again. But I'm doing a full-fledged ancient Egyptian grammar to explain all the grammatical points about the language. But I will be seeking and working with Jean-Claude Mboli, who's doing a tremendous job at the historical comparative linguistic aspect of African language as a whole, but definitely dealing with ancient Egyptian language in terms of recovering its vocalizations, which is very exciting. I mean, a lot of people have been looking for that to be done, and it's very, very exciting to see it being done. And he is pioneering that effort. He just published a book this year, 2024, his new book, and people should by now be familiar with his 2010 book, The Origin of African Languages, where it's a whole lesson on historical comparative linguistics using these African languages and things. The new book, it takes it even many, many steps forward. So I have my copy of his book. It's in French, so it will take me a while to digest it because I'm not a French speaker. I'm not fluent in French, but I have tools to, and I have access to Mboli himself in order to digest the material. So it's going to take me a while for that, but I need to do that in order to complete my grammar book, because the way we have to explain the language is it has changed. Okay, so just heads up on that. Anyway, so I want to just get into the topic, or engage with you guys. So I don't know if I missed the answers. Do you how many of you want to come on the panel and have a conversation, or or maybe not, because I know when I post the link, I don't know, people either shy away or you're not able to come on the panel. So I would do my best to keep up in the chat. So Emicat, have you been looking at the chat? Anything that sticks out?
Yeah, there was a question actually, something to do with religion. I was just going from the top. The first question I saw, real quick, let me go back. I think who asked it? Yeah, Firelightentis asked, what was the religion of ancient Kemet? What's the keys to tackling that topic, please?
Okay. What was the religion? So, Firelightentis, just as I said, and watch, you're gonna see this happen, and I want more of you all to type out some issues or questions, but issues that or things that you may wonder about the language, especially if you're new to our channel and you're new to us. Those of you who have been around for a long time, same to you, do the same, but shame on you because you've been around, so you should have already been checking out our archives. But definitely do that. So when it comes to religion, the ancient Egyptian religion, we have a vid for that. We got a vid for that. So I gotta say it like that. We got a vid for that. So I want to share. This is the video here. It was done over a year ago. Let me get my cursor over here. Let's see. When was this video done? This was done August of 2022. So it's almost 2 years old, and it's called Kemet and Chill, to Religion or Not to Religion. And let's see, did we put the highlights there? No, so we have to go and put the timestamps on the subject matter, but it's a 5-hour video. Now, granted, our videos are long, so I will fully concede to that. I can't get around that. I won't lie about that. Our videos, not all of them, but some of our videos are definitely long. But that's still not an excuse, because we put the timestamps in the description, so that you can go straight to different points in the videos. And once you get accustomed to the style that we have on our channel, if we share information, I'll usually share information for the first 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes, and then I'll open the panel up. And when I open the panel up, that's what makes our videos long, because everybody knows that I'm MC Iron Lung. I like to talk, especially about these issues. And when people come on the panel or in the chat, and we engage each other, that's when it gets long, and drawn out. A lot of times in a good way. Sometimes it gets a little bit rough, or whatever the case is. Not too much, because we don't tolerate the drama, but it gets long, and that's why it gets long. So all of our videos, if you watch the first hour, let's just say 2 hours, That's where the meat of the information is on pretty much all of our videos. So don't be scared if you see a video that's 5 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours. Don't get scared. Don't be intimidated. Still check it out. It's no excuse. But in this video, we talk about to religion or not to religion. And just real quickly, because it's brought up, when it comes to the ancient Egyptian religion, first you have to take a step back on and look at what is religion, period. What does religion actually mean? And how does it function in society? So start there. And that's what we discuss, religion. And we have to separate religion from a belief system in order to have a fruitful conversation about religion. And the reason why this is important, especially when it comes to ancient cultures, Egypt being what we always discuss about, is the way that religion functions today is different than the way that religion functioned for older cultures, older civilizations. Because there's a nice mixture. See, we have religion, and today religion is perceived as belief, and in some people's mind, silliness, spookism, and you kind of go down that road when religious. So much so to the point where people say, I'm spiritual, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. So people just go with a different word that make them feel better, but they haven't really changed anything. They just changed the name of something, but the something hasn't really changed. But when you start going backwards in time, what we're calling religion, or the ancient people's religion, it is definitely blended up into that day and times what we would call sciences, their pursuit of knowledge, and the tools they had available to discern. And so a lot of ancient peoples, and it's not to say that they got things right either, but we can't say they got everything wrong, and we can't say that they got everything right. No different than today. But ancient people, they weren't stupid. They weren't dumb and silly and retarded like that. And I'm saying it blankly. Obviously, every society has its, layers of intelligent people and whatnot. But the society as a whole, especially ancient Egypt, I mean, you can't accomplish the things that civilization has done, and for us to see them as spooked all the way out to where they're silly, and way off of whatever the case is. And I'm saying all this to say is that ancient people had ideas about how things work, and hypotheses and explanations of how things, of different phenomena. And they used whatever they had available to them at that particular time. And so, and that is part of the scientific process, to develop, to observe and to develop hypotheses, then test those hypotheses and come up with explanations that are consistent and can withstand scrutiny and further testing. And those things are called theories. So hypotheses moves to a theory, and that's part of the process. And the ancient Egyptians had and outlined a process to knowledge, and we did a show on that. And if you could find that show, we talked about the scientific method in ancient Kemet. Let me see. Let me get this. See if I can copy this link here and do it this way. So you're going to see, like, we've covered a lot. Matter of fact, can y'all see I got to take our images off here? Okay, so y'all should be able to see. Let me take this off. I don't want to block anything. All right. So as you can see, why is it like that? Can it be bigger? Yeah. Can you still see the title? Yep. But you can't see the date. But I can scroll. All right, because I want you all to see it big. Anyway, so that's religion, to religion or not to religion. 2 year old video. So whoever, I forgot who asked about that. Go to archives and check that out. All right.
Yeah, that's Firelight and Twist. So there's that part one and part two, and yeah, and I put them in the chat anyway, both links for the videos.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here's another video. Let me pause it. This is a video that was done 7 years ago. Okay, so y'all can see clearly on the screen 7 years ago. So here we are in 2024 and 7 years ago. All right, they'll put us to 2017. And we did this video, what, October of 2016. That's what it says. October 5th, 2016. This is a video called The Scientific Method in Kemet. And so if you were to watch this video where I break down in Egyptian text where they outline what would be the closest thing to what we call today the scientific method and, you know, their procedure, the process, you'll see it. And then you go from there, and then you have a discussion about religion and what the Egyptians saw as religion, more so their way of life and things like that. It's not what you know, people try to explain about ancient Egyptian religion in a very spooky way, because then you go from here. So remember, I showed to religion or not to religion, that video. This video right here called The Scientific Method in Kemet. How long is this? This video is under 2 hours. So it's no excuse. You know, if I probably scrub through it, let's see what I have on the screen. Yep. Declaration of the Scientific Method. Tep Hesep Nihat Imchet Rek Netet Nebet, which is what you see on the screen right here. This is how they start off. This is in a papyrus. This is the starting part of a papyrus. It says Tep Hesep, the correct method for investigating nature to know all that exists. Rek is the word to know all things that exist. Hat is the word to like go down. And I explained this in this video, but I'm just giving y'all a quick summary right now. The word hot that you see right here, you see this word hot, you see the determinative with the moving legs, it shows this motion going on. And that word hot, the word itself, all by itself, it literally means to go down, to descend, to go down, to walk down. And what's interesting about that is even today, the figurative use of that word going down is the same figurative associations we have to this very day. Because when you want to investigate something or when you want to look into something, it's a downward movement. How do we know that? It's because we say, oh, that's deep. When somebody gives some good information, you say, oh, bro, that was deep. And deep is down.
Yeah.
Or we'll
We say, oh, but sorry. Now, when you said that, I thought like diving deep into something, or
Yep,
or
that's another one.
going in on something,
Yep, I'm going in, I'm diving in. I want to get to the heart of the matter. I want to get down to the nitty gritty, down. So anyway, just to give you a little bit of that. So these figurative associations carry over even to this very day. But anyway, that's the scientific method. So we got 2 videos that will help out with that information. All right, about the religion, and then science, way of life, and things like that. And it's a third video. There's a video that we have on figurative language. Semicat, I don't know if you.
Yeah, I think that okay. Did I put the playlist? I didn't, but I think it's a whole playlist, so that's good. They could pick one of those to start from, but I'll put it in the chat real quick if I haven't put it yet.
Okay, I'm looking for the particular video though about figurative expressions. So if you could find that and let me know. on that. So let me look at the chat. So anybody else? Get this off the screen here. Anybody else? So, and now let me check out the chat. So I know, because MK, I know I'm not trying to you going back and forth from the channel to the chat. So let us go back up. So I'm gonna scroll back up. So again, peace to the chat. Appreciate you all hanging out with us on Thursday. Today's Thursday, May 23rd. Hopefully you all will have looking forward to Memorial Day weekend and be safe, all that good stuff. Everybody's gonna bring out the grills, the charcoal, and hopefully family time. The water parks and everything open up, so people gonna get their tan. People gonna take a dip in the water, go to the beach, or whatever the case is. Whatever it is that you do, definitely do it. Do it up. Do it good. Be safe doing it. But yeah, I appreciate anybody hanging out. But remember, spread the word of these videos. So I'm going over. I appreciate that Sheffrin. Sheffrin said, "Don't." I'm going over some of the chat things. Sheffrin said, "Don't sell yourself short." You got 3,000 subs. Yeah, I appreciate that, Sheffrin. But I guess I see the subs, right? But I'm looking at the views on individual videos, like per video. And what I notice is that the videos that we've done that's important to these polarized topics, especially the blackness of Egypt and stuff, those views are low, and that's why people are having a problem. And I guarantee you, and I'm not saying this because I participated in these videos, but really, if people were to watch our videos on these issues, man, it would clear up a whole lot of things, and it would prevent me from having to clean up stuff and to re-explain things. And then I know my tone is coming off. I have a frustrated tone. I know I sound frustrated because I am, and I don't like that. I'd rather just to talk about these things as if I'm talking about it for the first time, but that's just not the truth. And so it gets very annoying when see, this is what's annoying. I love teaching, right? But here's what's annoying. It's when somebody's default setting is adversarial. Like somebody will hear me say something. Like, let's say I share a piece of information. Somebody will hear it and immediately oppose it, but don't even know enough about the issue that I'm talking about to actually oppose it. But then they oppose it, and that's their first position. And now I have to dig them out. Instead of them being neutral on 0, they're all the way in the negative already. And I have to dig them out the negative to put them back at the neutral point and then bring them over into the positive. And that's time consuming, and it's annoying because I don't understand why people do that in the first place. Why take a position at all on things that you have not studied or not as studied as you should be in order to be in opposition? So that's very, very annoying. And that's why my position has been for a long time. And it sounds arrogant, but I take the position of Dr. John Henry Clarke. Not that I'm comparing myself to Dr. John Henry Clarke at all, but one of his famous sayings, I fully adopt that, where he says that I only debate my peers, all others I teach. And I wholeheartedly stand in that truth right there. And not in a bougie or arrogant way. It's just that has to be the way, because anything else for me would drive me crazy, because I've done it the other way. I've tried to engage people on issues that they're not studied in, and it just gets real. It just gets messy. Only for them later, and this is how I know it. I could prove it. I could demonstrate it. Only for them later to change and agree with what I was saying in the first place. And it's only after they learned more that they now agree with what I was saying. But if they didn't take the adversarial position in the first place, if they came and we look at each other as teammates and just sharing information, and whatever I'm weak in, I lean on the other person. Whatever they're weak in, they lean on me for. If that was the approach, we would have gotten a lot further, a lot faster. But that's not how it works in the conflict community. People take an adversarial position. People argue with me about toponyms and don't even know what a toponym is. I got to explain what a toponym is first. People argue with me about riparian, never heard of riparian a day in their life, but immediately was opposed to it. And, some of you in the chat may be a couple of those people, but it's everything's all good. But I'm just giving examples of things, just giving quick examples. So, yeah. Emicat, what you put up there? Figurative discussion. Let me just put that up. Let me put that up real quick. And Emicat, if you see anything in the chat, definitely let me know, because I can get behind. All right, so what is this one? So, I got to share my screen. So here's another video. This is a video from 4 years ago, 2020. And this is Jabari and Raborn, literal versus figurative, commentary and discussion. So I think what I did here, let me scrub through it. Yeah. So what I did here in this video, I played clips of the video of a conversation between the brother Jabari and the brother Raborn, and the subject of figurative language came up in their discussion. So I used it, played it, and then we discussed it. So I discussed, the figurative aspects, and the reason
Yeah.
now. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I was just saying, yeah, you did have slides on what is figurative. Just a few slides, but it was mostly showing through the primaries. Yeah.
Yeah. So I defined the difference between literal versus figurative expressions. I made a point and demonstrated how the ancient Egyptians, it wasn't unique to them. Ancient Egyptians, like many cultures, even today, contemporary cultures today, they make use of figurative expressions in a lot of different ways. Even us today, we use it, but we use it more for sport than out of necessity today. Whereas ancient people use figurative expressions out of necessity. It was at one point it becomes a matter of survival for them to use it. And the reason makes perfect sense, because you have to remember that what we take for granted today is that we speak English. And when we grow up and we learn English, our vocabulary is very limited. But as we live life and get older, we expand our vocabulary. And then any words that we run into that other people may use that we may not be familiar with, we have access to dictionaries. So we have tools and aids. Ancient people didn't have that. They didn't even have writing at all. So when you learn a language, you have to learn the whole thing. You have to learn the whole thing. And so lexical inventory was important. So they had to limit the amount of unique words in the language. So what ancient people did, they doubled up on what we would perceive as doubling up on words, but they're really not doubled up on words. But they would use homophony, so words that sound alike but mean different things. They use paronymy, words that had where concepts converged upon each other. just to keep their inventory down. And so they made use of figurative expressions heavily. They made heavy use of figurative expressions to explain things. You know, so I'll give you an example. The deity Nun in ancient Egyptian pantheon of gods, right? Nun or Nu. Nu is said to be water, but Nu is not literally water, but there's an association of Nu with water because of the properties of water and the behavior of water. So what the ancient Egyptians perceived as a phenomenon, they explained it and wrapped it up into this deity Nu and associated Nu with water. So, you know, water, one of the properties that they did this for is the fact that water takes on the shape of any container that it's in. So the ancient Egyptians see all the thingy things in the world and say that they come out of an abyss, an oceanic abyss, and then take shape. And they use the word keper to evolve or to come into existence in some type of form, to take form. And so, you know, just to give you a quick example. So Nu is not literally water, but it's figuratively associated with water. You know, Amen, the deity Amen, is, they translate the name to mean the hidden one, as if somebody's hiding behind, you know, behind a door somewhere. But that use is figurative for the reality of the state of imperceivability, something that you cannot perceive, but yet it exists. And so things like that. So we go through all that stuff. Now, along with what I just said, if you don't know these things and you're reading these stories and taking things literal, or thinking the Egyptians are literal with it, then you're going to read these stories and think the Egyptians are are just nuts. They're crazy. They're spooked out or whatever. Now, obviously, you know, all human populations have their experiences of natural phenomena around them and everything, and they try to explain it, and they could be spot on or they could be way off. But knowledge has grown, you know, like even like, for example, thunder and lightning. Like today we can explain thunder and lightning forward and backwards, you know, everything about thunder and lightning. But you go backwards in history, people couldn't explain it nowhere near the level that we can explain it today. Even where rain comes from. I mean, it come from the sky, but, you know, the whole science behind even rain and stuff like that. But for that particular day and time, it was an explanation. So we can't or be dismissive. So anyway, I just wanted to share that as far as what you call it, figurative expressions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also think I put because there you also go into metaphors and things like that. But also I think we also had another video, and I put the link in the chat as well. Figurative map. And I'm not sure. I think we did that because, if I remember correctly, because when we were talking about literal versus figurative, and everybody was trying, or not everybody, some people were trying to spookify ancient Egypt and, you know, put it with the religion kind of connotations. It was that they don't know anything because that is modern, that actually uses figurative and whatnot. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's where we went through this really beautiful video that everybody should definitely watch from beginning to end, the figurative math. And I was like, excellent. And because most people don't know about math being a language as well, obviously not a spoken language, but a written language, and everything that encompasses it.
Yeah, this is a good one. So figurative math is a video. So remember, we got a vid for that, and we got a vid for everything. I'm just gonna put it out there like that. So this video was done when 2 years ago. It's 2 years old, called Figurative Math, and this is timestamped. So in the description, you got the different timestamp part, and even this part right here where we are sharing a video. I think it's gonna come up. Or did we share it? Oh, here it is.
Yes, we did.
Yes, it's a video where we're sharing another video where they're talking about math. We're talking about figurative math and stuff like that. It's excellent. You have to see it. Trust me, you would like it. And this video is only an hour and 44 minutes long. An hour and 44 minutes long. And this is what I mean. See, it has 536 views. And obviously, the people that have been watching our videos, they're not the ones that are making a lot of noise in opposite in with all the drama stuff that's going on now, because there's a level of understanding. I'm not saying everybody understands everything that they see or hear, but it's available. So anyway, that's just an example. I could pause that. So what else? Yeah, I don't want to.
Oh yeah. Oh, and to go back, I think Firelighten said something about he watched the ones in religion, but he wanted to know something specific with ancient Egypt and its religion. But I think because the topic is like that one that needs to be slowed down a lot, that's why Uja giving you was giving you like a watch path, like a path to watch to understand the things. Because first of all, you have to know what is religion, and what we call religion. And then because you don't want to just put religion on every different culture, whether there was religion or not, or what their reality of what a religion is in that during that time was. So then obviously some of the videos that he just went through, kind of, you have to kind of watch them to kind of get probably the answer I'm thinking. Because it's not
Yeah.
just like, yeah, the religion one will be good because it defines religion, what is worship, what do we mean when we worship, and other things like that. And then you can figure out, does that apply to ancient Egypt, and if not, what is it in ancient Egypt? And then
Hey, you breaking
obviously,
up a bit. I don't know if it's me or you.
oh, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I may try to come out and come back in.
Okay, yeah, you were breaking up. Maybe somebody could tell me if she was like she was breaking up a bit. But yeah, in that video we break down, we slow the conversation down big time. We define the word religion, we find the word prayer, worship, all of these things, and we just go in on it. So you got to check it out. But I just want to highlight this comment. He said, your constant bedroom voice, though, Woo, throws the fellas off a little bit. That's funny. Now, that is funny because, right, it may be me that in terms of, okay, Miket, speak again. Let me see if it cleared up.
Mic check 1 2 1 2 in the building.
It may be
Hopefully not
me.
break. Okay. All right. Yeah, you were saying something, so I'll just mute still.
Okay, but check in the chat to see if it's just me or people in the chat are hearing the same thing. But yeah, no, I just wanted to say that yeah, I can understand Ramza, because I don't know. I that's what people be saying. They say that I have a monotone voice, put people to sleep. So yeah, I'll eat that because I've been told that. We all come from there and ready, so we must manipulate the facts for those. Okay. So I'm just going down the chat. So I'm looking for things that. What are some of the things? So now I'm gonna catch up in the chat, but I guess I'm looking for questions, any questions that you have based on the recent conversations for the past 2 years, right? And based on your question that you have, what I'm saying is that we have a vid for that. We got a vid for that. We got a vid for that. But while we're live right now, I can just give you a summary and point you to the video. And I would really, really love it if you all would watch these videos, all right? Because we can move forward. Because once you watch the video, then if you have questions, then it's on. Let's do it. Let's deal with the questions that you have. But we did the videos for that reason. It wouldn't be fair to do a video about a topic, slow it down, show diagrams, show resources, sources, references, and everything like that. And then for somebody to ask me the same question, and then I have to repeat it. I mean, that's just not fair. I wouldn't do that to other people, and I don't expect people to do that to me. Not that it's bad. I know people don't intentionally do it, but that's why we do things like what we're doing now, pointing out the fact that we have vids for these things. The problem is not, this is from Sister Safar, the problem is not teaching a new group or class. The issue arises when the same students require constant remediation. Exactly. That is true. That is true. So let's keep going. We got Shezmu Patah in the building. Got American Dream. I know I'm late. I'm scrolling on down, y'all. I scroll back up and I'm going down. We got Babylon Dunn in the building. My twee favorite two third teachers. Now let me stop. Java MK, peace to the panel. All right, peace. Babylon Dunn. We got Donnie Williams. Benny San, get to the bottom of this. Yep, exactly. We say get to the bottom of this. Language is huge. Shezmu says, I'm here to learn. That's what it's about. You should learn something every time you come to our channel. And I learned something too. And creation is the baby. All right, let's see. I'll keep on going. I'm just going down. You got Jasmine said noon and a pep. Rashu, Newt, Geb. Shezmu showing off that he knows Egyptian deities. He's naming them. Naming them. All right, so I'm caught up. I am caught up. Okay, Shezmu said, I am not watching a riparian land vids. Okay, so look. Here's what I found interesting today, right? This is what I find interesting. And I want to use you all in the chat as participants. So check this out. If I say, and you all be honest and answer, right? And I know this is the delay, but if I say that the kingdom of Egypt, of ancient Egypt, that the name of the kingdom of ancient Egypt is a place name. That's what it is. It's a toponym. How many of you all agree that Egypt is the name of a place? Now I'm saying Egypt purposely because that's what is commonly called today. But prior to us, adopting the word Egypt for that place, it was called by other names in ancient times, and Kemet being one of them. So if I was to say that there's a place called Kemet in ancient times, there was a place called Kemet in ancient times where these ancient people lived, and it's in Northeast Africa on today's maps, to the left of Saudi Arabia and to the north of North Sudan and to the right-hand side of Libya. If I were to say all of that stuff, how many of you all agree that Kemet is a place? How many of you all agree that Kemet is a place? That ancient Egypt is a place. That Kemet is a place. How many of y'all agree with that? I see Donnie agrees. Emiket agrees. I just want to see a few more of you all. Okay, Benny agrees. Pure Black. Okay, he said that's what it sounds like. Ramza agrees. I'm not sure if Pure Black, you answered my question. I want to know who agrees. So, I see some of y'all agreeing. I'm not, everybody's not answering, but how many of y'all agree that ancient Egypt is a place? It's a place that you go to. It's a place. It's a place. Does everybody agree with that? Okay, so I'm going to assume that the majority, if not all of y'all, agree with that. Okay, so I'm going to assume that. So I'm going to keep moving forward, right? So here it is. Kemet is a place. And places are named by people who live in these places. Okay? Every place around the world where the geography and terrain is occupied by a group of people, those people name their place. They name where they live. Okay? They name where they live. And the name they give to their location is a place name, because it's a place and they name it, it's a place name. Okay? Place name is the same as toponym. Toponym and place name are the exact same words. It's just that toponym is our pronunciation coming from Greek, topos, onym, and then place name is just how we would say it in English. All right? Toponym, place name, same thing. All right. So now, here's what I want you all to understand, and this you're going to see why I get frustrated to the point of being annoyed. So, the majority of people that I speak to, they agree that ancient Egypt is a place. They agreed that ancient Egypt was at one point called Kemet, among other things. It was called other things, but they agreed that at some point in time, ancient Egypt, the place or the kingdom of ancient Egypt, was called Kemet. Now, no problem. I don't get any flack on that. Nobody asked me, well, Joe, show me the word toponym in the Egyptian dictionaries. Nobody has ever done that to me. Nobody has assumed that I have ever said that the Egyptians called their kingdom or knew of the word toponym, which comes to us from Greek. So I'm saying nobody challenges me and asks me, well, Joe, show me the word toponym in the Egyptian dictionary. The Egyptians never used the word toponym. Nobody's ever done that. But now let's flip it. And y'all can see how crazy that would be if somebody were to do that, right? That would be crazy. But let's flip it. The moment that I say that Kemet or ancient Egypt is a riparian country, now all hell breaks loose. Because what people do is they'll say, well, Joe, show me the word riparian in the dictionary. As if I'm saying that the ancient Egyptians used the word riparian, coming from Latin ripa, ripa, which means riverbank, related to a river, right? They're acting as though I'm making a claim that the ancient Egyptians used the word riparian back in ancient Egyptian times. Because they asked me, show me the word riparian in the dictionary. The Egyptians didn't use the word riparian. See, people have done that. But if I say Egypt is a toponym, now notice I'm using the word is. That's an equation. Ancient Egypt or Egypt, the word Egypt is a toponym. The word Kemet, when used to name the kingdom, is a toponym. So Kemet equals toponym. That's what it is. So if I say Kemet is a riparian country, telling you what kind of country it was, now all of a sudden people want to see the word in Egyptian dictionary and the whole nine, as if those claims were being made. Can y'all see how the logic is just not there. It's inconsistent. So that would never happen. That would never happen to me when I make these statements if people were to learn about how things are translated. And that's why we have videos on matter of fact, MK, what's the video on translation and semantic relations? Okay, so I'm gonna put this on the screen because I want you all definitely need to check this out. This is an excellent. If you all don't watch any other video tonight, I mean, the first video you should watch, if you have a list of videos from our channel to watch, is definitely this one. So let me put this on the big screen. You have to watch this video. This video right here. You have to watch. It's called Quick Lessons. It's only 1 hour and 38 minutes long. It's called Quick Lessons, Translations, and Semantic Relations. It was done 2 years ago, 2022. And let me see. Now what we have to do is we have to go back. Oh no, it is timestamped. So it's even timestamped with all the different points of interest in the video. So there's no excuse. So if I were to go through it, I'm talking about what is a sign, what is translations. I'm talking about let's see, skip through. What is translations? I'm talking about homonyms. Let's go even before that. Or after that. Yeah, I'm talking about, so I have even halfway through the video, I'm talking about semantic relations, homophony, polysemy, and synonymy. Or synonymy, synonymy. Depends on how you pronounce it. I heard people pronounce it 2 different ways. But I explain all 3 of those, the similarities between them, the differences between them, and the importance of knowing about them. You have to know all these things in order to know what a translation is. So I break down what a translation is and how translations are done and the whole 9. So you definitely have to watch this video. But the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because of the example I'm telling you all. I will tell people that Kemet is a toponym. They don't have a problem with that. But what's weird is because they don't have a problem with that, they don't ask, okay, where I see toponym in the dictionary, in the Egyptian dictionary. Show me where we can find the word toponym. But the moment I say Kemet is a riparian country, now everybody has a problem. And I'm going to tell you why that happens. It's completely illogical. It has no rhyme or reason for that to happen, for people to do that. But the reason why that is because what happened is people's minds are already made up. They already have made their minds up that Kemet is a word that was inspired by the skin color of people, the black skin of people. Therefore, the word itself was inspired by that. And so when I say something that's other than that, people have a problem with it. And see, that's not how you pursue knowledge. That's not scientific at all. That's anti-scientific. That's pseudo-scientific to come with a hard assumption and then have your mind made up without actually learning all the facts around the issues that you're talking about. Now, I only brought that up because Shazmu said that he's not watching any videos on riparian. And so, Shazmu, you may be one of those people that have an issue with riparian. And everybody and their mother. Okay, let me do this real quick. Since we're on that subject real quick. Let me just do this. Where is this at? No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share a new screen. Let's just knock this one out the box real quick. I want you all to see. I want you all to see the logic. I want you all to feel my pain with this, as they say. Okay, so this is the Wikipedia article, the free encyclopedia, the Wikipedia article on riparian. Right, what a riparian is, a riparian zone, and I know that's small. Let me see if I can blow this up. Okay, you all should be able to see it better now. So everyone could see what this says on the screen. So I'm going to read it. I'm just going to read the first part of it. It says a riparian zone or riparian area is the interface between land and a river or stream. In some regions, the terms riparian woodland, riparian forest, riparian buffer zone, riparian corridor, and riparian strip are used to characterize a riparian zone. The word riparian is derived from the Latin ripa, meaning riverbank. Okay, so if you look at this picture over here, it says the riparian area is the transition from the aquatic area, which is the water itself, to the upland area. Vegetation is expected to change from species adapted to wetter sites near the channel to species adapted to drier sites in the upland, with a mixture of species occurring in between. In this example, an assessment of riparian function would consider the riparian areas, mixed riparian upland areas, and aquatic areas in the reach. Not all riparian areas have all of these features. But if I were to blow this picture up, I don't know if it's going to change, if y'all can see that. Let me see if y'all can still see that. Yeah, y'all can see the image. So you have the aquatic portion, which is the water itself. And then from the water, it radiates to the left and right of the bank. So you have the bank, and then it radiates from there into the upland. So we have up here, have the aquatic. On both sides of the aquatic, you have riparian. Then you have mixed riparian and upland. The further out you go, then strictly upland. And what this is describing is a valley. And everybody and their mother calls the Egyptian civilization the Nile, which is water, a river, valley civilization. They say Nile Valley civilization. So this right here is 100% describing the Egyptian geography, the ancient Egyptian geography, where the ancient Egyptians lived. The geography, the terrain that the ancient Egyptians claimed and owned and possessed and lived is exactly what this picture is showing. And so when people like me say that ancient Egypt is a riparian country, people had a problem with that only because people are stuck on the black skin. And they're willing to ignore the facts right in front of them that ancient Egypt is, in fact, indeed, a riparian country. And where all the Egyptians live, the bulk of the population lived within the riparian zone. So much so that the country is still called a riparian country to this very day. I mean, it's nothing special about that. It just is what it is. So, Shezmu,
I
when
am so.
go ahead.
So go ahead. No.
No, I was just gonna say, Shezmu. So when you say you're not watching the riparian video, that's fine. But I want everybody else to watch it because I break down the whole riparian thing, in the video. What video is that? Do you have that video, Emicat? Did you send me the link for that one?
Oh no. Let me see, real quick.
Yeah, if you could find that one. But anyway, I'm going down the chat. Did anybody answer me if they want to come on the panel? If you want to come on the panel, let me know. If you want to come on the panel, let me know. If you want to come on the panel, let me know. Let me know. What did I miss? I was sharing that screen. I didn't see. And I see so Shezmu says riparian is a point of contention, as is black people. It's not. Shesmu, riparian is actually no point of contention. Experts agree that Egypt, the ancient Egyptian civilization itself functioned and thrived within a riparian zone. Scholars agree with that. There's no point of contention. The only point of contention is for people who just don't know that, just don't know what a riparian is, haven't taken time to look what one is. Because when we introduced the word riparian in 2018, this is 6 years ago, y'all. 6 years ago, we proposed the use of the word riparian. When I say we, me, Asar Motep, and Sanjeti. We're the ones that advocated that. At that time, nobody has heard the word riparian before. We didn't make it up. We didn't invent the word. It's not a special word. It's not like it's hidden, somewhere. But people weren't aware of that. And so that created a little problem. That created a little problem. People didn't know. So it's like instead of looking it up and studying what a riparian is, people's first knee-jerk reaction is, show me the dictionary. Like, do you even know what it is? You're asking me to show you in a dictionary as if the Egyptians spoke English. Like, and that's what's crazy. People will ask you, show you this word in the Egyptian dictionary, when the Egyptians didn't speak English at all. So the same could be for anything. Like show me the word life in the Egyptian language. And that's when it gets into knowledge of how and why things are translated. What is a translation? What is a semantic? What is a semantic shift? What is moving or trans, which means to move? What does it mean to move the meaning from a source language into a target language? How is that done? Why is it done? How is it done? We go over that. We go over all of that in our videos.
Yeah, the one that I think you
I
shared
shared
it.
it already. Yeah.
Oh yeah, quick lesson, translation and semantic relations, and it's just simple because at this point, if you, I think for people like Shesmu and other people, at this point, it is one or both of these two things. It could just be a word aversion. Some people just have an aversion to some words. Like I don't like the word riparian. Like you go to some countries, people say car. You go to other countries, people say vehicle, and things like that. But you know what they're talking about. So if you know how Wujao usually uses his example of the elephant and how that translates into different words in different languages, and like in Kiswahili, he uses. I'll just ask him like, what is the word elephant in Kiswahili? The example that we use all the time.
Ndovo.
Correct. So now imagine I come later on and I say the Kiswahili word for elephant is tembo, and you say I don't like it. That ain't correct. Show me where it says this, and that. Just because you don't like it, you only know ndovu, right? But another word for elephant in Kiswahili also is tembo. So tembo and ndovu are synonyms. And this is what people don't understand. So they just need that one word they know. And that's what they need to see in all the dictionaries. No dictionary works like that. No language even works like that. English has a lot of words that could mean the same thing. I could say I'm going to have a meal. I could say I'm going to have some food. I expect you to to know that I'm talking about the same thing because I don't need to just say food at all times. And if I see meal, then I get confused. And that's what is happening to people like Shesmu. You don't even know the basics of these languages, and you are there arguing about a whole language that people are not speaking at this point and a whole script. Can you imagine how handicapped you are when you're arguing about these things because you don't see it in a dictionary? Obviously, it's there, but even if it wasn't there, it doesn't need to be there if it actually points to the same concept. These are just basic stuff that you need to know about languages, that you can have one word or that can have another word in the same language. So if somebody says riparian, it's still the same thing. It's still meaning something to do with banks and rivers. But because you just know about river and bank, but you never heard about riparian, the best move is just to acquaint yourself with the word riparian as opposed to just acting childish or acting like you don't know what a language is. Because if you don't know, then you have no business discussing this particular language itself. I mean, Sesh Netcher.
Right. I'm gonna put that comment back up, but I want people to see that video that I'm sharing on the screen. This video is called Throwback Thursdays, Kemet, the Riparian Country, Revisited for the umpteenth time. So now, mind you, this video was done in September 2022, September 1st. I got the date on the slide, right? But it is a revisit of us talking about it before, which was when, as you see the date right here, November 21st, 2018. So the first time I did a video on it was 4 years prior to this video, which now is 2 years ago old from today. And I'm emphasizing that because I want y'all to understand and feel my pain, that these things are constantly being explained and discussed on our channel. And so when I have to keep repeating it over in a real-time live situation, like when somebody come on the panel and then, they want to fuss about the word riparian or whatever the case is, now I have to go through this again. So instead, it's just better if people would just watch our videos, then come, because you'll know my position, you'll know what my claims are, you'll know what information I shared, why I'm saying what I'm saying, you'll know all of that, and you don't have to come as an opponent, competitive opponent, trying to battle and be adversarial and whatnot and combative. Just come like we're sharing information. Like with y'all, I don't think Kemet was a riparian country because all of the Egyptian inhabitants, they didn't live near the river. They lived in the desert. See, if that's what you thought, you come to me with that. That's better than just not liking the word riparian for not liking its sake. That's crazy. That's anti-productive. That's non-productive. Okay? I would rather somebody come at me like that, say, well, the ancient Egyptians, the bulk of the population in ancient times, they didn't live near the river. They lived out there in the desert, in the outskirts. And then we could deal with it. Like, all right, show me. Show me that. Show me where the gnomes are. Show me where all the sapots and these different things. Show me where they're all of them located in the desert and not along the riverbank. So, so that's the way we could deal with information. You can actually deal with it. Let's see what else. Okay, yeah, this comment right here. So, Black Alchemy, have you submitted your information to scholars to get it accepted? I would say yes. Scholars have accepted my positions on these topics because you're being vague, like submitted your information. That's a lot of stuff, right? Because I talk about a lot of things, so I don't know specifically what you're talking about, Black Alchemy, but the short answer is yes, I have. My position on the ancient Egyptian language, its writing system, its grammar, has been submitted and accepted by PhD scholars, plural. One in particular is my teacher, Dr. Riketi Amen, so much so that she used my information to teach her beginner level classes ever since 2015. So for the past 9 years, Dr. Riketi Amen has been using my work to teach her beginners students. So that's with my stance and position and knowledge on the language itself. But if you're specifically talking about riparian or something else specific and whatnot, it depends. So some yes and some no. So hopefully I answered your question. But on the riparian, I would say yes. If you're talking about riparian, yes. No scholar that I have talked to or that has read our essay document, by saying our is myself, Sanjeti, and Asar, the contribution on the debate on the meaning of the place named Kemet. No scholar has disagreed with the notion of riparian. In fact, one scholar I actually spoke to said that that's brilliant to describe it like that and to lean away from saying black land, even though there's overlap and maybe synonymous to each other. But he agreed that the arguments that have been going on now what he called, because he's not of this kind of community, but the argument that's going on, he calls it he was saying Afrocentric, the Afrocentric argument about the word Kemet and whether the Egyptians are a race of black people and stuff like that. He was agreeing and saying that translating Kemet as black land, as a lot of scholars do, it opens the door for all of that, people to fuss back and forth. But if we adopted the synonymous meaning, because that's exactly what ancient Egypt is, it's a riparian country. If we adopted and start calling it the riparian country, or even the fertile country, he even mentioned that. Because some scholars used to say Kemet means the fertile land or the fertile country. Then people had a problem with land. Show me the word land in the word Kemet. And I could do that, by the way. But this is what he was saying. To move away from just saying black land and keeping it there. Riparian, he was saying that's brilliant if we adopt. But at the same time, he also said that it's going to be tough to get that adoption going. So he encouraged me to publish, to publish it more, and then see what happens. So hopefully that answers your question about, now anything specific you can ask me specifically, but I covered the language and riparian specifically, and whatnot. So, and then a lot of other things, like I submitted my translation about the Dendora temple with the so-called light bulbs. I submitted my my fresh translation and everything of the so-called spaceships in the temple in Abju, Temple of Seti I, that was finished by Ramses II, where people claimed that there was spaceships in the glyphs and stuff like that. Also, the translation that I did for when people said aliens was in the glyphs and all that stuff. Those things, that's old. I submitted those way a long time ago, and got great feedback on all of that stuff, and it's still on our website. I got a lot of feedback on that. All right, so let me keep on going down. Anybody, but did anybody answer if they want to come on the panel? Oh, he said hit the link. Where's the link?
Yeah, I think Shazmo wanted to come on panel, but I think once you put it, some people will also come on a panel. So the point is, whatever questions, it doesn't have to be with what we're discussing now, but just things that you've had in the last 2 years that we definitely are just going to show you that we have a video for it. But if it's easier to just come on a panel and just express your questions and whatnot, then we're just gonna put the link.
He said trying to get approved. Wait a minute. It says I get the concept. Hold up. It says maybe somebody's talking in a different have the Supreme Council of Antiquity accepted my ideology and the meaning of what you're trying to explain? No, not to. If you're talking about Supreme Council of Antiquities over there in the Arab Republic of Egypt right now today, I would say no to that. I mean, I'm saying we haven't submitted it. I'm not saying that they wouldn't, but and they mess around and would though, because remember, see, the people in Egypt today, like the people over there now that's responsible for all the artifacts and the Egyptian Museum, the Cairo Museum and stuff like that, they don't like, see, they are against the now I'm gonna use the terms they use. They are against the Afrocentric idea that the ancient Egyptians are a race of black people and blah 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 blah. Everybody knows that they're not with that. They're not with that because, and there's an explanation why all of that. So if we submit or advocate to them or suggest to them that, hey, in you all's scholarly works that you publish from now going forward, if you translate Kemet as the place name Kemet, if you translate it as riparian country, it will help to alleviate people hijacking the whole black thing and saying that because the Egyptian skin color was black, that they named their country black, or the land of the black people, or the land of the race of black people, and whatever. They would probably adopt that and be happy about that suggestion. But anyway, nah, I'm speaking for myself. I haven't submitted anything to the Council of Antiquities or anything. Right now, just to let everybody know, right now I have recently picked back up my project of an Egyptian grammar. So that's my focus right now. And when I'm done with it, I will be submitting it everywhere. I will be submitting it everywhere. All right. But right now it's quite a bit a ways from being finished. I don't even have an expected finish date because I took a long break from it, and I've picked it back up since I've come back, made appearance on the YouTube streets again and everything. And I got to reorientate my focus back on the language and everything. So it's going to take me a while. And plus, there's a lot of new information that has come out and been confirmed and continually being confirmed that I have to explain certain things differently. So that's my focus right now. But when I'm done, it's going to be everywhere. I mean, I'll submit it everywhere, not just to make it publicly available. I'm going to submit it for use, not just the peer review, but for use in academic settings. All right. So I should post the link. That's what you're saying, Emika?
To you.
All right. I'm gonna post it. Wait a minute. Where are we live? I got so many different windows open. Okay, I'm gonna post it and then see if I can pin it. Will it let me pin this video? And it will not. Why does YouTube put a big heart over the most recent comment where you can't hit the three dots? It's hit this three dots right here.
Yeah. I think I think that's one of the things they brought back because it wasn't there when last time we were there, like 1.5 years ago, and it's like blocking stuff. That wasn't good user interface design.
Okay, I'm trying to pin it on the top. Okay, there we go. Let me pin. All right, there we go. It's pinned to the top. All right. I think somebody came in. It's probably Shezmu. Yes, indeed. The brother Shezmu,
Here.
Ptah Amon. Nah, Amon.
Yeah, it probably should have been Amun, but I'm here. Amen, amen, and me, Amen, whatever you want to pronounce. But it should have probably been when I chose that name. Let me give you the information on that name real quick. So,
Uh-oh.
10 years ago, when I decided to choose that spiritual name, when I delved deep into Kemetic, I understood how to be the father of the god.
Hold up. Is it me, Emika? Are you hearing him clearly? Or does he sound broken up?
No, you kind of broke up a little bit towards the end. I think
Okay,
maybe you had moved away from the mic while you were talking.
I just want to make sure that it's not just my. So Ptah, you repeat what you were saying?
Yes. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yep.
I had my hand over the microphone. But I do know when I'm speaking over this particular iPhone 13, when others speak, my microphone breaks down because I don't have a mic connected to my PC when I connect to the PC. But I'm on my
Okay.
and the reason I was speaking on why I chose those names. We know that Ptah is the father of the gods, and then however you want to pronounce. Now that we know that Amun is the reed leaf, the owl, and excuse me, the reed leaf, the owl, and the water glyph, or the N. So Imin, Amen, and we know that um, in I guess Jewish culture, it will be Amen or Amen. Christian Amen, and then in Islamic culture, it would be Amin, but it's all the same. And then I guess Kemetic culture, it would be Amen. And whether what vowels we put in there, Amun, Amen, Amen, however we want to pronounce it, it's the same thing. But I kind of, after I chose the spelling of Amun, I kind of lean towards Amun now with the U. But it's it is what it is. And Shazmu, but some people misnomer it as Sheshu, the Shashu, but Shazmu, and it's all mythological. Shazmu is the deity that, and it's a late deity belief, that is under Asar, and it's about, he believes in uh, the grapes and wine. As a matter of fact, I happen to be drinking a little bit of fermented juices now, or fermented liquid. I'm on that. I'm on that red crown and apple, that apple crap. But anyway, so so Chesmu happens to be wine, crushing grapes, and also perfumes. That would be the oils. Remember the oils that we used to buy from those that had the little tabletop. You buy the $3 and $4 and $5 vials of oils, perfumes, and then also when Asar had enemies, Shezmu was one of the ones that would come out with his blades and he would attack. So that's kind of my motif that I chose for my spiritual name in the Kemetic uh, community or system. But I
Yeah,
came
yeah, yeah. Okay.
came on I came on the panel to so yeah, riparian. I was there. I was, when the argument started, I was under your tutelage, so of course I was in agreement. Um, but when studying the glyphs, I just look at, the riverbanks. I mean, I know what riparian means, and I look at the riverbanks, and I look at the canal glyph, and I understand what irrigation is, and whether it's man-made or naturally made uh, irrigation. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm really ready to, I just want to continue to learn more and more about the ancient Egyptian culture.
But
More,
just so I'm clear, do you like if you could sum it up into a agree or disagree or maybe yes or no, do you agree that the ancient Egyptian culture and civilization is in a riparian zone?
see, that's kind of a trick question. I don't agree with. I don't. I don't accept the question that you. Now, if you'd have said, did the ancient Egyptians live? Some of them live in a riparian zone. I would say yes. But when you just kind of phrase it like that, I think that's a little disingenuous. And I said, come on, let's
Okay,
be honest.
so wait. All right, so you okay? So let's work with what you because I like to work with what people agree with, right? So you agree if I were to say that some of the Egyptians lived in a riparian zone. That you're okay with that?
Well, let's for the chat and for the crowd, let's read the current or English or Greek or Latin meaning of riparian. And I know you did mention a little bit of it. The Greek means,
Well,
the let's just give the definition of what a riparian area is.
okay. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. We did a whole video on it. Or you just want me to read the
Real quick, I mean, I'm not like I was there real time when
Yeah, so I'm going off of you what you know now. I'm asking you, and I'm trying to work with what you agree with first. So I just want to know, am I correct when you said that if I were to say it like some of the Egyptians lived in a riparian zone, you would be okay with that?
yes.
Okay. Um. Now, okay, good. I'm glad you said that.
Look, and just to be clear,
Hmm.
you say when to me when we say riparian because the glyph that was used to me and the understanding that I received back then when I was under tutelage, it's a canal glyph. And now the understanding that I have, a canal glyph is a man-made irrigation area. Not, I thought at first it was could be a man-made or a naturally made uh, river off of the Nile River, but
Like a
according
a tributary
right
where
exactly.
it branches off. Okay, so wait. So all right, but let's do this. I mean, let's let's even completely ignore any glyphs at all. I'm just asking you from the perspective of where the ancient Egyptians lived and what a riparian zone is. So you were saying you agreed if I say some of the Egyptians lived in a riparian zone, in a riparian area, riparian zone, etc. You said you'd be okay with that.
But hold on, like Emmy Cat always jokingly says, if it's not in the TLA, but
No, I'm not even talking about the TLA. I'm not even
No,
talking
I didn't
about,
even say that. So
yeah.
wait,
But I'm
wait,
I
wait,
not
didn't say
but
it
wait. You
like that.
always say if it's not in the TLA, not saying
No,
just the glyph is
don't.
not.
It's not even the discussion. But
Oh
when I
God,
said it,
see,
I wasn't even saying like how you're about to say
yeah,
it. So don't
no.
butcher it. Just continue with what you were saying.
You see, you being disingenuous because you do jokingly say if it's not in the TLA. But all I'm saying is if it's not in the TLA as far as what we have in the TLA is land, a
but
mod,
Shesmu, I'm not listen.
now.
I'm not asking you anything about any glyphs at all. I'm just asking you. It's like the same thing. If I say, um, is Hawaii an island in the ocean, and then you tell me to go to some writing or something. I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying I'm asking you, did the ancient Egyptians live in a riparian zone? That was my question to you. And
Well,
you
I don't accept that that example premise, but I will say that in the now today's current definition of a riparian zone, I can safely say for myself that yes, I would say Egyptians or Cometians or Kemetic or Kemetiu or Rani Kemet or Ramech lived along the Nile River where there were riparian zones.
Okay, so on that right there, because like I said before, I like to springboard off of things in agreement. So you and I are in agreement right there.
Exactly.
Okay, so we can actually move on.
Okay. And
So
that's
that's
what I
great.
do forever.
All right, so that's good. So everybody bore witness. Shesmu said, based on today's definition of what a riparian is, et cetera, that he said, yes, the ancient Egyptian lived along the Nile River in riparian zones. He pluralized it, and that's cool. And I have no problem with any of that. and so that's what I'm saying, and you are in agreement with it, and both of us are in agreement. So we're in a two-way
But
agreement.
not
Oh
to
boy, see here, here's
no.
where it's going. Here's where he's going to mess it up, y'all. Here we
I'm
go.
not mess it up, but I can't just give I can't give all of it to you. But
But you're not giving me anything. That's the
well,
problem. See,
you
it's not a give or take or anything.
I know.
We have an agreement, and we should let it ride. Like why can't like it's almost like watching a movie. You know how a movie where there's no gunfire and no car chasing is boring. So you want to add a gunfight and add a car chase to it to make it exciting, and I think that's what you're about to do because agreeing is boring. I will say that it's not sexy. When people agree, it's not it's not exciting, but it is what it is. But go ahead, I'm listening to you. You about to make it exciting now. You about to say, but go ahead.
I am not going to make it exciting. I'm going to keep it boring. So I everything he just said, I'm going to what is it when you're in a court of law? It's not sustained, but I object
So you
um,
object.
to his last statement, and I say that I only thing I say is you and I agree for where we're at, but for the crowd or for the listeners or for the gallery
Mm-hmm.
who may get it confused because
Mm-hmm.
they may choose sides or what have you. I'm just saying that the
I
repair.
got you.
Okay, all
All
right.
right, so let me ask a question. Then you had another thing you wanted to say, and then I'm gonna bring in we have another person on the panel, but I want to ask the chat this while Shezmu is going to continue and bring up his other whatever you are going to bring up in the chat. What I want you to do right now is I want everybody in the chat to type one if you agree that the ancient Egyptians lived in a riparian zone. I'm not asking about any glyphs. I'm not asking about nothing. I'm just asking the question I'm asking. Type one in the chat if you agree that the ancient Egyptians lived in a riparian zone. All right. But go ahead,
So
Shazma.
so I would just add to that question: did they only live in the riparian zones?
Okay, that could be a follow up question, but let's
Um,
see.
The only reason I add that is because to me that becomes disingenuous, as if they will think that they only lived in repair in areas along the bank, in areas that had canals, in areas that had rivers that carved off of the Nile.
Mhm,
Only in those areas that they were only farmers, or that they didn't live beyond the river, not the happy, that they
mhm,
only lived in areas where there were rivers, and they didn't just travel to the rivers, get the things that they needed, and then travel back home. That's the only pushback I have on that. To say it like that
but
is
that's
like
not.
only
But
lived in the riparian zone.
yeah, but that's not even a real pushback because I never like only wasn't even in my question
You didn't say
because see when
you only left
yeah
as the riparian zone. So
because if because it's the same as here. This see we got to be realistic on basic communication, right? If I were to say out of the almost 8 billion people on the planet Earth that's alive today, if I were to just ask a general question or make the general statement say um, people live on land, like people live on the continents, but not every single human being that's alive lives on a continent. Some people live on the water. They got water houses, water boats, or whatever the case is.
right.
So there's a natural understanding that when we make statements like this, we're not talking about the absolute 100%, because when I asked the question about Egypt, the to be specific, because you brought that up, I'll be specific. All 42 gnomes or sapots are hugged up against the river and in a riparian zone. There are people who lived out in the desert. They were either set up as border mining. They were dealing with mining issues, or in the army, in the military, setting up borders, and had border towns out there. And some people were set up to guard and deal with trade routes. So not every citizen in the ancient Egyptian society lived in the riparian zone, but see that should go without saying. See,
Now,
I shouldn't have to say that. I want everybody to tell me if 9,583,075 Egyptians lived in the riparian zone versus the 3,000 that lived out in the desert. See, I shouldn't have to do all of that. That's not realistic. Nobody does that.
now, the again, I disagree with how you just use that example. The 8 billion people on the planet Earth that we know of, we know that there's a minuscule amount of people that live basically on huts that have sticks on the water, and they're a diving culture. We know that. We know about those individuals.
Just like we know about a little bit of people that live in the Egyptian desert.
Hold on. Again, so really, I push back and say that's a little disingenuous, because I would say that on the Nile Valley, to say that the majority lived on the not near the riparian zone, but on or in the riparian zone.
Yes.
No, I don't think we can safely say that is true.
Okay, and that's but hold up. But that's
Let me finish.
okay.
Only reason I say let me finish is because for my microphone, when I speak, and then you guys is, any channels built in when y'all have those nice microphones, it just blows my phone microphone away, and then you can't hear me.
Right.
Like
Okay.
Matrix.
I got you.
I
Okay.
end up in the Matrix.
Okay.
So then I would say, let's not just talk about the outposts and the oasis and people, because no, there were people that lived near the riparian land, but not near the riparian zones, but not in the riparian zones. And that's my only pushback on that. To just kind of say that just because you were near the riparian zone, then you're that's the majority. That's the only pushback I would have on that.
Okay, and that's fine, because at that we would have to disagree, because or you would have to define for me where is your exact line where riparian zone ends and the non-riparian zone begins, and then you have to show me where these people lived outside of it, et cetera, et cetera. And we're not doing that tonight. I'm quite sure you're not prepared to show me that. But in general, though, see, we're speaking in what do you call it? The preponderance. Like when you say preponderance of something, the majority. And so the majority of the citizens. Now, I don't know how many ancient Egyptians, how big the ancient Egyptian population was, like as a census number. But let's just hypothetically say 10 million people, just to make it easy, a easy number. Out of the 10 million people that claimed to be ancient, that was part of the ancient Egyptian citizenship, the majority of them lived in the riparian zone. And so we know this to be a fact because of where they built their consolidated towns and so on and so forth, and even their occupations. So we know this. The map I'm showing on the screen right now demonstrates this, because all 42 No, if you go down the list of these 42 gnomes, they're near water. You have to have access to water to live. If you don't have water, you will die. So a riparian zone is defined by the accessibility to water,
Now,
and it's
I
not by rain.
I did ask you to read the definition of riparian zone.
Mm-hmm.
The current definition. I haven't heard it yet.
All right, can you get on the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so let's read it together. I'll read it out loud. You can read it on the screen if you can see it. This is according to the United States Department of Agriculture, which is an authoritative body. It's a lot of bodies out there that actually do this kind of work for a living. I mean, it's actually a branch of professional work that people do. The question is asked: what are riparian areas? Riparian areas are lands that occur along watercourses and water bodies. Typical examples include floodplains and stream banks. They are distinctly different from surrounding lands because of unique soil and vegetation characteristics that are strongly influenced by the presence of water. General indicators of riparian areas include: 1. Vegetation. The kinds and amounts of vegetation differ from adjacent upland vegetation because more water is supplied to the plants from the associated watercourse or water body. Soil. Soil in natural riparian areas consist of stratified sediments of varying textures that are subject to intermittent flooding or fluctuating water tables that may reach the surface. The duration of soil wetness depends on the water levels of the adjacent water body. And then 3, water itself. Riparian areas are directly influenced by water from a watercourse or water body. They occur along natural water courses or next to natural lakes and constructed water bodies such as ditches, canals, ponds, and reservoirs. So that is a workable definition that we can work from. And using that definition, if I go back to the map I had on here, the 42 gnomes, if we go from gnome 1 all the way to 2020 in Lower Egypt and from 1 to 22 in Upper Egypt, all of these gnomes, with the exception of like this one here, Wadi Natrun, and maybe a few others, the bulk, as I said before, the bulk of the citizenship of ancient Egypt and where they lived and functioned and thrived and did their thing consisted of or was in a riparian zone.
Now, with this map, and personally, I would say that they are, like you said, the Wadi Natron looks as if it is more like near a lake or an oasis. That's
No,
more.
no, I mean, if it's right here, it's not even a gnome though. I just mentioned it because these are places, but they're not counted as gnomes.
Understood.
Okay,
I was just giving narration.
okay,
Uh,
okay.
Now, to me, this is my personal opinion. All the gnomes along the Nile are just either outside the riparian zone or very close to the riparian zone, but not sitting actually. Because just think about it today. There are people who live in hurricane or no tornado zones, right, in the
Mm-hmm.
United States, and
Mm-hmm.
they just for some reason they just refuse. I would never live in a tornado zone. If I know it's tornadoes coming every year or every other year or whatever, I'm out of there. But there are people who want to rebuild and they stay, right? And I would consider that people who know that floods are coming every year or whatever the time periods that floods come, I'm moving a little bit outside of that zone. I don't want to be flooded every so often and destroy my home and this and that. So I'm going to move out further. in order to preserve my house, my home, my things. I might have some land to that'll get the nutritions and the water, and hopefully my crops grow. But then, whether it's a drought or if it's a flood, I lose out. But I'm not going to live on the just like, even if you watch those movies, Naked and Afraid. Nobody wants to. You end up trying to stay by the water, and all of a sudden the water rushes and the floods come, and your whole everything is torn to pieces. Hell breaks out. And
Hmm.
that's because you chose to try to live right beside where everything's safe, where your water's at, where you can fish easily, where you can plant crops, not realizing that it's not safe living right here. So that's where I say that everybody is not going to live right there inside of the riparian zone because they might get tore up if they stay there.
Okay, well, the ancient Egyptians, let me put this back up there. Ancient Egyptians disagree with your position, but I understand your position, but they disagreed because on this map, the color green on this map, even though um, this is not a satellite overview, the color green, that lime looking green
Right.
that you see, that's the riparian zone. Like everywhere you see green is riparian on this map. That's what they're indicating on this map. I
I
just want you to understand that.
I probably would agree with that.
Okay, so since you agree with that,
That's the
then
water. That's the lake area, or not lake
not
area.
the not this blue, yeah, the green. So if I were to zoom in, all of the gnomes are in green, are in the green. They're in
No,
the green.
mostly the northern ones. The southern ones, a lot of them are on the side.
Okay, so let me show you this picture then, because you're saying the side and this and whatnot, but let me just show you this picture here, right? Here's a stark line between a riparian zone and a non-riparian zone. So you have the aquatic area, then you have the riparian proper, then you have the out of the three. Remember the three things that I
Right.
mentioned. Then you have the upland, and so nobody's gonna be living up here, or on the other side of that hill, because as you said, you even in the United States, you would not live
That right.
harsh in a desert or tornado, the tornado valley or whatever. Like it's just not smart.
Right.
So the same, nobody's gonna choose. If you had to choose between living here or over here, man, it's a no brainer. So this is an example of that area. Here's another one. Like people are gonna live where they have access to water. And here's another one. People are gonna live where they have access to water. And the ancient Egyptians built, as a matter of fact, there is a new study, and I'm gonna do a video on this because I had to read it's a brand new study, brand spanking new, like within the last month. I had to read the whole study so I can be able to share it with everybody. But there's a new study that's done on the Nile, right? And they have traced out the old pathways of the Nile, because everyone knows that the Aswan Dam that's built now has changed the flooding cycle of the Nile, and also changed the width of the Nile, and where the Nile
Right. Right.
ran and everything like that. So they now have the technology to tell where the Nile, how wide the Nile was at certain points in history, and where the tributaries were that are not there anymore. And what they found out, which is interesting, is that the Nile went all the way up to the pyramid complexes, because for a long time in Egyptology there was a question of why is there a high concentration of pyramids between I think it's Lich and Dashur. In not with the three main pyramids that everybody know about,
Right.
um,
You're
but
exactly.
there's a concentration of other pyramids that are
You're
today not near any water, but
you're
they
exactly
found. Say again.
because you're exactly right because of satellite imagery. They can show where there was a dried up river basin that went over into those areas, and they were able to do the things that they were able to do in those areas.
Right,
Pyramid.
right. But the new study, they the satellite imagery was limiting them. Now they combine the satellite imagery plus they've taken soil samples. They've dug deep in different places to see the different layers of the actual terrain and everything, and they're able to discover the exact pathways that the Nile went, and they found that it went all the way up to the not the pyramid itself, but to the pyramid temple that's a little offshoot from all these different pyramids, and it fits nice and neat up there. So back to my point though, is that from the temples to the living quarters of people to the farming that was done, and even the grazing of livestock and stuff, it was in the riparian zone. Nobody's gonna raise and have their herds and stuff grazing in the desert. Nobody's gonna build some temples and everything in the desert and whatnot.
Okay,
Now,
with
there.
with the
Go
photo that
ahead.
I have of the Nile posted clearly, what what are we considering the riparian zone?
The riparian zone. Do I need to read it again, or you want me to visually use the picture to translate what we read earlier into this visual that I'm using right here?
You might need to read it again to translate. Yes.
Okay, the riparian zone includes the water itself, which is technically they call the aquatic area. Then you have the riparian proper. You have the bank itself. Then you have the amount of wetness that the adjacent land gets is dependent upon. Hold, let me let this person back in. Is directly dependent on the water source. Then you have the phenomenon of flooding that takes place that spreads it out. So the riparian zone here in this particular picture is goes from where my cursor is right here, where you see greenery, from here all the way to the river on that side, and from the riverbank on this side, going all the way to the edge. This picture is cropped all the way to the edge out here. That's the riparian zone collectively. So what you're looking at outside of that dry desert is the riparian. Everything that's desert is not riparian. Everything that's not desert is riparian. Right here in this picture.
Okay.
Yep. And what the ancient Egyptians did to extend the riparianness of these areas was to dig man-made canals and irrigation channels to extend the water, the spread of the water, to go more inland, to go more spread out, to expand the riparian zone.
Exactly. So then I would say, because like I said, I was there real time, and being a student of yours, I'm all the way in. So when I see the canal glyph, and then I hear riparian, and then I understand what the canal glyph stood for, and then I see the bank glyph, which I called the tongue glyph, which I said was either a man-made river or a naturally made river, which would I was saying was riparian, but in the definition, I end up getting corrected, I think. And then when I see the Nuit symbol, which means town, city, or communal, or I don't want to say, I'm off that. I'm not joking about the belt buckle. I mean, back then I was because I was new and I didn't understand. I was, it's the what is it? Um, the belt buckle, the X Men. Back
Mm-hmm.
then I was, but now I'm serious, and it's either the town glyph, the city situation, a communal, the center of where people gathered, that type of thing. Not the whole, city state. I feel like we stretch it when we talk about region. Although region, I mean, that's so general, and we could call it the region. But I mean, that to me, that's not really specific. But when it comes to the Nuit, the tongue glyph, or the land glyph, or the canal glyph, it just it just gets convoluted when we begin to try to state that these things are the nation, and that's just where I am. And I don't think I'm going to go any further with that, and that's why I want to move on and argue any of that other stuff.
Nah, well, no. I mean, I'm glad we're having this conversation because, like I said, I like to spring off of an agreement or something that's in sync, and that's where we started this because you agreed that at the in the very least that some Egyptians lived in the riparian zone. You were willing to say that, and I could work with that. So there we have it. All right. So now I got somebody else on the panel. I don't want Shesmu to hog the mic.
Hotep.
Hotep. That should sound like Sean. Sean,
Yes, man.
any heret. Calfani.
Yeah,
What's
peace,
good?
peace. Not much. So I want to talk about like the certain glyphs, and I want to go into y'all's argument in chapter 3 on page 74. But this isn't directed to you directly, Ujao. This is from Brother Shesmu. Have you first, Shesmu, have you read the contribution to the debate of the meaning of the place named Kemet?
I read portions of it.
Okay. Do you have access to the book right now?
Hold on. I'd have to. I don't. I'm not getting up right now. And I have to. I can't
No,
remember.
that's fine. I know you've been sipping.
Okay.
Hold on. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Tell me what where you at, Sean, and maybe I can share that so
Yeah.
everybody can follow what you're saying.
So chapter 3, basins, irrigations in ancient Egypt, page 74. The
Okay,
book
page
version is
74.
74, but your version might be a little bit different.
Okay, hold on, let me find it. You said 74. Let me get there, and then we can go from there. And while I'm doing this, everybody in chat, one more time, I appreciate everybody tuning in, hanging out. You could be doing anything. I figured I'd catch everybody before Memorial Day holiday. I mean Memorial Day weekend and whatnot. Okay, you said 74. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna put it right here, and then we can go from there. All right, let's see if I can blow this up because I know people need to be able to see online and share it. Okay, so can you see the screen? Oh, he bumped off.
I'm still here.
No, I'm saying Sean.
No,
Sean.
Oh,
Sean was telling me where to go, and then I think his connection was lost. All right, he's back. All
Yeah,
right,
my
there we
bad.
go.
I
Okay,
hit the
no
damn
problem.
wrong button.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'm on 72
Okay. Yeah,
on here.
context. Okay, I
Yeah.
got you.
No, but tell me where to go. So that we are
All
we in the
right.
right spot?
So no, yeah, no, yeah. You're fine because you're giving the full layout. So right here on 72, and it says right here, I believe it's a Saul talking, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it says in my 2014 essay, A Lesson in Egyptian Determinatives, the case of Kemet, I argue that the 049, the Nuit symbol, because since he brought up Nuit, that's why I went here, was in fact stylized intersections of canals and not a town crossroad as commonly argued in the Egyptological literature. This was important to note because of the interchangeability with the both the N23, the Ta irrigated land, and the N36 Mer canal classifiers, as can be seen in the following examples. So, Shesmu, are you following that so far?
I'm familiar, but I would ask you to go into the TLA. No, I would ask you to go into the TLA and look at 20 and 20, 20 or 21 and 22, 20, 20 and 21, and 23, and 21, and 23, and then 20, and look at what they actually say.
Why would
Let's,
I
Okay.
need to go into the TLA?
no, let's not use someone's book. Let's go and look at the true.
TLA is someone's book, so I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, but it is the original. It is what we learned what these glyphs meant.
Actually,
It's
that's
Okay,
not
not
true.
old.
Hold up, Sean.
I got you.
Let me
I got
oblige
you.
that real quick,
Okay. Yeah,
So,
jump in.
Shesmu, I'm just gonna correct you real quick, just a small
I'm
correction.
go ahead.
That the when you
What
said no, when you said N20, N21, N22, and N23, when we use those, what are those called? Tell
let's
everybody what
pull it
those are
up
called.
instead of me. Well, I'd say the tongue glyphs, but let's pull them up.
No. I'm saying
Oh,
those
pull it up.
codes, those codes. I'm saying
Let's
what.
not look at the book. Let's pull it up on not instead of looking at someone's book. Let's pull it up in the TLF from the water bush. Let's look at what we are using because nobody's coming up with
I don't
anything.
think you heard my. Wait, let me hold up, because maybe we're talking at the same time, but I was asking you, what are those called when we say, I'm not saying what the glyph is. I'm asking you, what are these codes called when we say O49, G43, A1? What?
Ernest, come on, let's not play games.
No,
Let's
wait,
be serious.
1 second. I
We
think I
have
think I
to
think I think the
stop.
sipping is kicking in. Hold up.
It
Listen,
might be because I
listen.
feel like you're. No, I feel like you're playing. I feel like you're playing games now.
Okay, but Shesmu, you realize that you and I are talking, but there's like people watching. So
Right.
I'm
So,
asking you to enlighten everybody on
no,
on what
you
the codes
enlighten.
are.
Why
Okay,
are you challenging me to enlighten?
wait.
You
Why do you
know,
see it as a challenge? Hold up. Wait. See, that's what I'm
because
saying. Let's no, hold, no. Let's pause. Let's pause. This is
uh,
exactly what I'm talking about.
well,
You see it as a challenge,
right,
and that's a problem.
it is.
I'm not challenging you.
You
Listen,
did.
if I wanted to challenge you, I could do so in a heartbeat. I trust me, I'm not challenging you. Trust me
But
on
you
that.
are simplistically.
I'm not. I promise you, I'm not
I said
challenging you. I
to the
promise you. I
uh,
promise you, I'm not challenging you.
we're in a real conversation. We wouldn't do this.
I promise you. No, if you or
Well,
I,
pull
if
it up.
wait, if you and I were in a room by ourselves,
I pull up, but pull up.
duh, of course I wouldn't be doing this, because there's nobody. It's just me and you. But we're not the only
Well,
ones
let's do it
here.
if it's just you and I, and then the
No,
people can listen in
no,
and
no,
judge for
because
themselves.
no. That's not what we do over here. We educate. We educate over here. So I want everybody to be able to walk with us.
But that's
Okay.
as if the community can't
I want.
understand a conversation and educate themselves.
Well,
They
I'm not going to
common
speak.
sense,
Listen, I'm
or
not
they
going to
might
pretend.
even have
I'm not going to pretend to
education.
read everybody's minds. But what I do know, I know how to teach. And I'm saying, so if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Just say
No,
so. But
no, I want.
don't think I'm
I
challenging.
I agree to do it, but I'm asking. Let's do it in the proper text. Let's go ahead and pull
I
up.
have no problem with that. I'm pulling it up as you're saying
I,
what you're saying. I'm pulling
I,
up the text. I asked you,
I appreciate.
what do we call the codes,
I
and
appreciate.
you rightfully answered that they're Gardner codes.
Right.
So let's go to Gardner, who is the source of
Absolutely.
these codes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me pull up Gardner's
Uh, But I'd rather go to the water to the TLA. But I mean, well, either way, it should be the same.
Well, let's go to the source though, because they're Gardner's codes, and let's go to Gardner himself. Let's go to the horse's mouth. Let's do away with the middleman.
No problem.
Okay,
No
let's
problem.
do away with the middleman, and give me a second. I forgot I had closed all that stuff, so y'all give me a second. So, Emiket, if you wanted to say something, or if you had something else to say, Shazma, give me a second to
Oh,
pull up this.
allow Queen and the cat to chime in.
Let me pull.
Cause
Nah, I'm
consider,
speechless over
consider
here though.
I consider
I ain't
her.
got nothing to say.
I
I just
considered
want y'all.
her. I considered her the as far as the class. I considered her like my son's in college now, and I tell him, hey, get with the SI, the study session, or the individual that
Mhm.
might not be the instructor, but they've taken the class and they're the person to the lead study individual that is over there. I can't remember right now. I'm lost for words for that person.
That's all
No,
right.
Oh, the
the
TA, the TA person. The what do you call it?
yeah, yeah, the
Uh,
student, like the student teacher. You know what I mean? I can't remember
mm.
what they're called. Miles, what's the student teacher called?
Oh,
What's that mean?
All right,
Teacher,
so
teacher assistant. Yes.
okay, so I have it. I have it. So we continue. So let me share it and get it on the big screen for you all right now. So right now, so that everybody can follow along, we are looking at the source of the individual glyphs. This is the original sign list by Sir Alan Gardner, which is where we all get our the A1, A3, G43, O49, all that stuff from. So now, so Shezmu, now you can direct me on which one you want to look at.
We were talking about N 20, 21, and 23. I think.
Okay, so let's go with N. I got to scroll down. Now, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, these Gardner codes are correspond to the glyphs, and they're in alphabetical order based on category, and then numerical order within the alphabet. So you got A through Z, and then within each letter it goes from one in sequential order, one, two, three, etc., etc. So I'm going to N right now.
And I
I,
think the
I believe I am on G. Let me go to N.
and I think these would be under Earth, Land. No, Earth and it's two other things under the category. Earth and something and two other.
Yeah, and you're right. So I'm gonna go to N. I think this N is gonna tell us. So it's sky, earth, and water. So we're at N number one, but you said go to 20. I want everybody to see. Is it on screen? Yeah, everybody to see that it says sky, earth, and water. All right, so we're gonna go to N. Go all the way down to N20. Let's start at N20. So you want to read it or want me to read it?
You go ahead.
Okay, so N20 is, you see the glyph here, and then Gardner describes it as a tongue of land. And then he goes to it to elaborate and explain it. He says it's a determinative in this word, a variation is spelled this way. So this is a variation of it. As you can see, the glyph is right here, variation of it. And the word itself is wajeb. The glyph is a word itself, wajeb, and it means sandbank, shore. Hence, the phonetic value wajeb in this particular word here, wajeb.
Can you break
Hmm.
down? I mean, since we got I mean, I don't know how many people are watching. I haven't looked, but can you? I know the leg with and we read into the glyphs. We
Hmm.
might as well make it a whole class because I think the people love this information.
Hmm.
Um, where the wedge is, where the B is, and then where the determinative is. If you would do that for me, sir.
Okay, yeah. So this particular glyph itself, the phonetic value, which means sound value, is three consonants: W, and then um, diacritically we spell it with a D with an underline, as you can see right here, and then B. So those are three consonants. So we would call that a triliteral. Tri meaning three, and so the word is being spelled out. So this leg here is a monoliteral for the letter B. So we have wajeb, and the same thing happens with the word unk. Unk, a lot of people are familiar with the unk symbol, but then sometimes you see the symbol by itself, and it stands for those three letters, or you see it spelled out with the unk symbol plus the water ripple, and then what they call a placenta. So the same thing is happening here. So that's what it's being called. So the takeaway here is that it's a tongue of land, and that it's inside of words such as sandbank, shore, and then it's also inside of a word meaning to turn back, and then other derivatives. When it means turn back, you see that it has a determinative or classifier of legs in motion. All right. So now from the Old Kingdom, now let's keep reading. It says, from the Old Kingdom, OK stands for Old Kingdom. From the Old Kingdom onward, a sign of like appearance is used in, and then we have Hebsed, which means Jubilee, which is this said festival. Okay. And then he has some resources where you can actually find it down here in his footnotes, which are not footnotes, but they're entry notes. Now let's go to N21. So this is N21.
Just to add,
Oh, okay.
and to add the Hedge Abed said festival for
Mm-hmm.
those that are religious in the Judaism or Christianity. We know that that is when, like, the 100-year jubilee or 50, where people were set free from their servitude. But I digress. So go ahead.
Okay. Now the ancient Egyptian Hebsed festival is a big important festival that the king participated in to show forth his vigor and ability to continue to rule. And it was done 30 years into the reign, and then 3 years after that. So every 3 years after that, but the 30th year of the king's reign.
Right.
And and
And also, I would add on that said means to dress up. So all those other nations outside of Kemet would come to Memphis, because that was a lot of times where the capital would be, to the uh, Hekapatah temple, where they called Egypt. They end up calling Egypt. And that's where they would come, and they would actually be dressed up, and they would give honor to that Nisut, particular Nisut, and he would do his rituals, and they would dress him up, rub him down with the fat of the crocodile tail, and give him put on him the bull's tail, and he would proceed to do his rituals, and they would give praise. And whether they would give taxes, or give gifts, they would do their things. And these were not only Babylon, these were not only outside in Asia Minor, or in Asia. It would be Greece. It would be all the cultures that came, knowing that Egypt was the center of the world. And I will just add that.
okay. All right. I'm going to N21. So N21 visually looks similar to N20, and it's also described as a tongue of land. And then to read the explanation, is as a determinative, it's land, especially in this particular word here, which is edeb, edeb. And there's an abbreviated form here. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4 glyphs here. You have the reed, you have the hand, the foot, and then N21 itself right there.
And
It's also
that would be the I, the D, and the B. like you said, Edeb, and then the determinative would
right
be
here,
exactly.
edeb. So, but it's also attested in an abbreviated form where you just see N21 by itself, and then you see N23 that we're going to get to down here at the bottom. We didn't get there yet, but you see it spelled that way. So now, it by itself, as a phonetically stands in for edeb, and it means bank, region, and the dual of it is edeb we. So the we on there is a masculine dual ending. So you have edeb and then we. It's two of them, and it simply means the two banks. That is Egypt. The reason why Gardner has this in here is
Well,
be.
sorry, Sarah.
Go ahead.
Why did you say Egypt? And why did you say that meant? I mean, Egypt says a whole lot. Is that the whole land? Why did you say that?
Because I'm reading it. Can you see it on the screen? Is your screen big enough?
I
Because
see N20, N21, N20, N23, and I see in the N21 it
no,
says
do you see where you see where my cursor is and I have it highlighted?
no. I see
Okay, yeah.
see two banks. I see more widely used in
Nah, how you
dynamic.
skip? Wait, how
Oh,
you
what?
skip? How you?
What?
How can you read the two banks and then you went over to the word more? How you skip?
I
Come
mean,
on, man.
I see Egypt.
Oh,
What is that?
okay. So there you go,
What
man.
is that?
How conveniently did you miss that?
But what is that? Okay, all right. I fall. I digress. I fall back.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading from the horse's mouth. Okay, you wanted me to move away from our book and pull up the source,
No,
so
okay, you're
I
good.
I
No,
pull I pulled
stop.
it. Okay,
No,
no. I'm just recapping why we're here. So
no.
we're
We're
reading.
here because this is where the facts. I mean, I ain't saying that the book's not facts, but I'm just saying this is like you said, the horse's mouth. But go ahead.
Right, exactly. So all right. So as a determinative, it associates it classifies the words with this dealing with land, right? And then it gives the abbreviation edeb bank region. In its dual form, it is edebwi, and it
Oh
means the
wait. Since you highlighted that EGYPT, what does I dot E dot I mean, excuse me, I dot E dot mean? I dot E dot mean in front of the word Egypt.
for instance. Eg means for example. IE simply means like for instance.
What is that? What do they mean by that?
What you mean for instance? Like if you're explaining something, then I give you an instance. I say for instance, because or you could put eg for here because edebwi is or was one of the names for the kingdom.
Can
And
you go a little bit deeper? Can you go a little bit deeper on the IE Egypt?
why?
What?
Why? What's the? I'm saying.
All
Yo,
right,
What,
no.
what is it he's trying?
Okay, if you
Uh,
have a
uh,
problem with doing that,
no,
that's
okay. So like he says, IE is just it means in English. It just means for instance or that is. That's just what it stands for. IE. It's actually Latin. I
yeah.
forgot what it is, but it means for instance or that is. And then EG you always use like for example, like I could say, when it rains, you need this kind you need different kinds of tools, e.g., umbrella, raincoat. So that's how you write English.
Okay, Danny Williams. There's no agenda. All I was asking is, trust me, I know what I dot E dot means, and I know.
Okay.
Wait, then why'd you ask me what it meant?
Well, I wanted you to expound, to elaborate on what, for instance, means.
Really?
Yes,
Okay, let's.
Okay.
because
I think.
I mean, it's not that simple. I mean, we want to say it's simple, but really, it's not. But go ahead.
Uh,
All right, let me finish. Let me finish
yeah.
this because I think we're doing good. Okay, so because we're still on 21. I want to get at least down to 23, N23. So in a dual form, Idebwe means the two banks, and it's another name for Egypt. Okay, and it has a superscripted one there, and it has another source here, which is the Waterbuck Dictionary, Volume 1, page 153. For those who have the Waterbuck German Dictionary and you can read German, I suggest you go there. I'll repeat it. It's in Waterbuck Volume 1, page 153. All
Wait,
right.
wait. We have to. I mean, it said i.e. Egypt. I mean, even though in the Old Kingdom, when we deal with anachronisms, and they talk about the word Egypt, and we know that is a Greek word, and at certain time periods they had that word did not exist.
Yeah, none of the word two banks didn't exist in Egypt's time either. The words two bank, like this phrase right here, the two banks, did not exist in ancient Egyptians vernacular at all.
Maybe that vernacular of the two banks didn't exist, but
Right. And the
those
same thing with EGYPT. It didn't exist. The point here is that what we're no, here's the thing. The
no,
point is what we're calling Egypt. Like when we say ancient Egypt,
uh,
everybody knows what we're talking about. If I say ancient Egypt or if I say ancient Egyptians, everybody and their mother knows what and who I'm talking about. So if I say Idebwe was a name for Egypt, I'm not saying that Egypt was a word that's used by the Egyptians. I'm saying the Egyptians actually used the word Idebwe in
I,
the text
I, I'm
to identify their country.
I would actually disagree with that.
Of course, because again, like I
Oh,
said, you
no
you you
agenda.
you are one of the, like, you are an example,
I,
you are displaying an example of what I was saying earlier. Like
oh,
you disagree. Okay, why do you disagree?
I disagree with that because it's talking about two lands. And then to say that, or excuse me, not two lands. I almost trapped myself with that. It's talking about two banks, not Ta Shamau or Ta Henu,
Oh my
upper and lower.
gosh.
See?
Wait.
How,
Let's
how,
read. No. Let's read, because
how,
we did a show. We did a show last night, and we focused on reading and reading comprehension and everything like that.
see, here we
So
go.
I'm gonna read again. No.
Quit.
I'm
I
saying,
quit. I'm gonna listen now. You go ahead and finish and get to the 23. I'm done.
okay,
I'm
all
not
right,
done, but I'm a fall back because no, I'm not done.
okay, because it's clearly here in black and white. It says as a determinative, it's classified as land. Then it says Idebwe, bank, region. So the dual form is two banks. We can also say two regions. Okay. At all times, we know Tawi means two regions, or some people translate it as two lands. This is the importance of the lesson on synonyms and synonymy and things like that. What synonyms are and etc. But let me finish reading. It says more widely used. So let's. I want everybody to pay attention. It says this glyph right here, which is the tongue of land, N21. It says more widely used in Dynasty 18 than often taking the place of the earlier N23. And now we have an example. And we have the word ta, which is translated as earth. But we have this N21 glyph as within this word ta here. So what Gardner is saying is he's saying in Dynasty 18, this N21 often taking the place of N23. So now if we want to go in some time of chronology here, that means N23 was used in words, then that got replaced in some words with N21. and he
Well,
gives the example of ta.
Ujao, let me give the chat a little bit of entertainment, and I apologize for what I'm about to do. But I
Wait,
want you.
how you got to apologize? Oh
Oh,
boy, what you gonna do? Don't spoil it, man. Don't spoil it.
all right, I'm gonna chill. All right.
Okay, yeah. Please, man. Don't. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. Okay. So, and here's another example. The word ahet, which means fields, and you see it in this word right here. Then you have the third word, last word that he gives example of is the word demi, which means town. Demi. So we have earth, fields, and town. And so what he's saying is that this N21 often replaced the earlier N23 in Dynasty 18. Okay, so now let's move to N22. So N22 is defined or described by Gardner as a sandy tongue of land. OK stands for Old Kingdom. The Old Kingdom prototype of both N20 and N21. So this is simply saying that in the Old Kingdom, N22 was the prototype for N20 and N21. These two that we just covered. So those who are following chronology, N22 is first. Whenever you say a prototype of something, that comes prior to that something. All right? So N22 is the Old Kingdom prototype of N20 and N21. But let's read what he says about it. He says, in the word wajeb, see the Old Kingdom variant under N20. And then he gave the Old Kingdom variant, right? He says, see it, so we're going to see it. It says, from Old Kingdom on, it appears in, and he gave example, Heb said. All right? Which is the said festival. The word Heb means festival, and then they didn't translate the word said. They left that alone. They translated Heb, but didn't translate said. Now, it's a determinative classified as a land classifier. Okay? So far, all three of these are land classifiers. But I want y'all to understand something. In the 18th dynasty, a land classifier in 21 replaced in 23. And in 23, when we get to it, I'm gonna get it. It's an irrigation channel. So we can see the synonymous aspect to these glyphs. They're interchange. This is what we would describe it as. These glyphs interchange with one another. So going back here, it says an example, Dynasty 3, this word, ahet, field, and we see the word. This is the same word here, ahet, field, fields, if y'all can see my cursor up here. But instead of spelled with the vulture, with that it has which is a reverse comma, the way it's transliterated, ahet, field. Then we have sakhet, field. Okay? Sakhet, field. So that's it. Then he has footnotes here. Now we can go to 23, and we can stop at 23. Or not. We probably go to 24, but let's go to 23. In 23 is an irrigation canal. That's what it's described as. But then it says in Dynasty 11 through Dynasty 18, early, identical with, and clearly a mere differentiation of N36. So what is this saying? It's saying that N23 and N36 are variations of each other. They're synonymous. These are synonymous glyphs. All right. Now let's read what he says about it. It's a determinative, and it's irrigated land. Irrigated land. All right. And I'm emphasizing land for a reason. Example, ta, land. And this word tash, boundary. All right. In Dynasty 18, N23 tends to be replaced by what? N21, which is up here. And that's what he said. He said the same thing right here in reverse. He said Dynasty 18 often taking place of the earlier N23. So he says it again. In Dynasty 18, N23 tends to be replaced by N21. In Dynasty 11 through 12, he gave examples of these two examples, this or that, is found as determinative of time, probably corrupted from, and then he gives the example here, as used in words for tomorrow and yesterday. Then he gives an example, the word ter, which means season, and then rek, which means time. And we see N23 being the final glyph for both of those words. All right. So the takeaway here is that N20, N21, N22, and N23 are all synonymous. They're all synonymous glyphs. They all interchange. Okay? And I'm emphasizing that because people look at this irrigation and say, that's not land. And the reason why they say that, only because we are the ones that showed people where Kemet is spelled with N23. Because people be like, well, show me where the word land is in the word Kemet or in the glyphs. Show me the glyph for land. And we've been showing them since day one. It's been in their face this entire time. And this right here is showing it.
But with y'all,
Yes.
all of Kemet, whether you say whether it was in the south or the north, or we have Kemet and they have Avaris, all of whatever land was near the not or the Happy River, meaning the Nile, was not irrigated canals.
Now the desert is definitely not irrigated, so I don't understand what you mean.
Come on, even riparian areas were not all irrigated canals.
No, they didn't have to be. You had the bank, you had the natural flooding, you had the overflow of the swelling of the river itself. So I don't get what your point. Where's your point?
You get it, but okay.
No. I'm trying to. I honestly see, because you would like to because we were playing games, but I actually don't understand what your point is.
I'm not playing games.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying you have you know. I don't want you to accuse me of playing the games, but
No.
so I'm asking you a serious question. I'm trying to see what is your point with that.
I'm not saying you're playing games, but I'm saying with the 20 and 21, and then we got to look at chronology, 18th dynasty, and then we are 20 and 21 become 23. That, to me, that's problematic. I mean, not problematic as fine that they decided to say the two banks are.
It's problematic to those arguments that those ghost arguments people are making. That's what you mean.
It's problematic.
It's a problem for those arguments. See,
Basically.
this is how I mean, what we're doing right now, and I'm glad we're doing it. I appreciate you having this conversation, because it's slowing down and showing, about these glyphs and stuff like that, and it should be making more sense to everybody why we say the things we're saying, because everything that we just read is everything we saying, because we're coming from what we've just read. So going back to guard, so just real quick, what I had on the screen was when I say Kemet spelled with the N23, that blue arrow is pointing to it. That's Kemet spelled with N23. Then you have Kemet that's spelled with the classifier of O49, which is the one in the middle right here. And then another variation of it also spelled with O49 glyph. And so, just to bring people up to speed, what people were doing was they would look at this and ask me, would y'all show me the glyph for land in the place named Kemet? And so what I just said was I was showing them this all along, because this is another way that Kemet is spelled. And that's the thing that people have to understand. We have videos for that. That there were multiple ways that Egyptian words were spelled. Okay, there's multiple ways. Not like in English right now. You know, there's only one way to spell the word the, the. Now we pronounce it the. Some people say the. Some people say the. But when you spell it, when you write it on paper or type it, it's the. You're only gonna spell it like that. Now slang, people say tha, the. You know, people could trick it out and slang it up a bit, but the formal spelling of it is the.
Or D
The.
or A. Duh.
Or da. Yep, duh. Like duh. You're right. Some people do it that way, but that's a phonetic play on it. Okay, so let's go back to Gardner. So we're going back to Gardner. So I'm sharing Gardner again. Let me get back my cursor over here. All right. Now, I did want to move also to N24 because I think this is important too. So N24 is described by Gardner as a land marked out with irrigation runnels. He ain't say canals or anything. He said instead of tunnels, he said runnels.
Or channels.
Yeah, I'm just saying he didn't say that. Like he has runnels for whatever. So he said land marked out with irrigation runnels.
Let's look up runnels. Let's look up the meaning of runnels. Let's be
Oh,
clear.
go ahead. You want to do it?
No, I want you to do it.
All right.
I'm just chilling.
Okay. Yeah, you still sipping on something, runnels.
Oh, I'm yakking it up. I'm actually what is that? Actually, it's gone. All the apple crown is gone. I gotta go down and find something else that's brown. But go ahead.
All right. So let me pull that up for everyone to see. I gotta shift my share on that and share this. We're gonna look up the word runnels real quick. All right. I don't mind. Definitely don't mind.
I definitely
doing it.
I appreciate you. 100.
No problem at all. So here's runnels, and I know that nobody is too small. Let me blow that bad boy up. Here is dictionary coming from the Oxford Dictionary. It says runnel, plural is runnels. It says a narrow channel in the ground for liquid to flow through. Gives a sentence example: muddy lanes with runnels for effluent. Then it has another sense, a brook or rill. Another sense is a small stream of a particular liquid. And give an example, a runnel of sweat. So now everybody is hip to what a runnel is. So let's go back to, I got to share my screen. I unshare and share Gardner again.
Facts. And that's what I had mentioned, that a canal could be either man-made, but I was beat up by it. Doesn't, it could be a natural, but, a river that came off of a river. I think that's fine.
Okay, so let me get back to over here to Gardner. All right, so I want to read this. So N24 is a land marked out with irrigation runnels. So now we know what runnels is. Everybody should be on it. It's either an ideograph or a determinative in this particular word. This particular word right here that y'all see is the word sapat. Sapat. A variation or variation spelling is this way. It's the same word, sapat. These are the same words spelled two different ways. And then another one, sapat. And then he transliterates it the way I'm saying it, sapat. Sapat. All right?
What is the difference between a sapat and a nuit?
Niyut and a sapat. Well, let's read it. We're going to read, and we can go to 049, but let's just finish the sapat one. So sapat is being translated as a district, a nome, and that's where we get, from the Greek, everybody knows 42 nomes and blah, blah, blah. So sapat is the indigenous Egyptian word for what the Greeks called gnomes. And when we say nomarch, that's a Greek term from the word gnome.
So an inhabited area. Can we say that?
Oh, most definitely. Yep, most definitely. So this N24 is also in the word jatet, jatet, and jatet means estate. As a determinative, it means province. Okay, province. And an example is in this particular word here, ta-ware. Ta-ware. And you can see the example there. And what is ta-ware? Ta-ware is a toponym, a place name. It is the known of Abydos.
Which would mean great land. Yes.
No.
What does where mean, and what does ta mean?
Well, we would have to look at it because it may not be the ta for land. It might not be the ta for land. So just by looking at it, and this is why, people can't, you shouldn't, I don't encourage people to do that. People have to actually look at the glyphs. And you see the glyphs here, it's the gnome. But it's the gnome of Abydos or Abju, because Abydos is the Greek way of saying Abju. Okay. And just to finish reading out, it's also part of the word Shema'u, which is Upper Egypt. It's the region of Upper Egypt. You see it in that particular word.
And upper would be the south, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
on the map. Yep. Also, it also represents the concept of a garden in the word Hesp. Hesp, and it means garden. Okay.
That would be
If
the twisted flax, the door bolt. That would be the H, the S, A, or SH, and the P, which is this rectangle, vertical rectangle with
Yep.
with
Yep.
the
Right there.
what is the Sapat symbol or the Sapat
As
determinative.
a determinative. Exactly. So he's given examples of where this N24 is in words as a determinative. He gave the example as a determinative or classifier as a province, and it gives examples. We got a gnome, we got a whole region of Upper Egypt, and we got a little garden, a smaller area that's a garden, Hesp. All right. So now what I want everybody to understand is that when you see this glyph, it's associated with water and land. When you see this glyph here in 23, it's associated with water and land. And because all these glyphs interchange, this associated with water and land. All these glyphs are
But
indication of land that's in proximity to water.
Wujao,
Yes.
the go back down to 24 again.
Okay.
I see. To me, the proximity would or the district would be garden.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying the glyph itself is land marked out with irrigation runnels. Remember, I read the definition of runnels.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that in all of these glyphs, there is a link between land and water. Land
Right.
and
I,
water.
you're correct. Yes, that's absolutely with that. That's why.
Okay. Okay. And remember, the area of confluence of where the land meets water and the overlapping of the two is what's defined as a riparian zone.
Oh,
Okay.
now I got to add a joke since you added not for riparian, but see, this is where Unc Coquette would have a problem with uh, confluence. No, I'm just kidding. He knows what confluence. But go ahead.
Okay. No, but okay, but I hope everybody sees my point that in 20, in 21, in 23, and in 24 are all toponymic riparian glyphs. Why? Because all four of these glyphs are associating land with water in their proximity to one another. All of these glyphs are expressing land that is in proximity to water. And that is what a riparian zone is. There would be no riparian anything if there was no water.
Now, well, Joao, you just used the word toponym, and
Yes.
top meaning place or position, nimic meaning name. How do you get a name out of a description of land area?
It's a place name. It's not, you can't separate them when they're put there. It's a compound. It's two Greek words that are compounded together to give us English place name. So these are toponymic determinatives, meaning that these are determinatives or classifiers that are come at the end of place names.
But wouldn't you, I would be thinking if it's a toponym, a place that is called something. Now, so are you saying that the place is called riparian, the place is called land, the place is called bank? I would think that
No,
when you
no,
get
no.
hold on,
It's
let me
referring to
finish.
what it is. Like
Let me finish.
for example.
You
Okay, go
know
ahead.
where
Finish.
you
No,
know
go ahead.
where
Go
I'm
ahead.
going.
Go ahead. No, no, no.
Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Cause if when I talk, you breaking up, so I can't really hear you. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you know where I'm going because you cut me off. But
No,
so
that's definitely not where I cut you off. But go ahead.
okay, so when we think of toponym, we know place, and then we need a name. But when we think of toponym, the current definition of toponym, we think of a place that is named something, not that it's called land, or it's called bank, or it's called uh, riparian. We think of it that it's called Victoria, that is called Kemet.
No, no,
That,
no. So let me just interject real quick.
okay,
It's not what it's called. It's what it is. So I'm gonna give you an example of how we do it today. When I say when I say Rutabaker Street, if I say Rutabaker by itself, you don't know what it is. But the moment I add the word street on there, I'm helping you to determine what it is. And now you know it's a street.
right. You know what it is, but you don't know what it's named.
I just said Rutabaker. If I say Rutabaker Street, that's the name.
Right,
Rutabaker is the name, and street is what it is. It's a street that's named Rutabaker, but we put it together and say Rutabaker Street. We say Georgia Avenue, 7th Street, 9th Street, 123rd Street. The name of the street is 123rd, but we add street on there to add to the to clarify what we're talking about.
right. So then that's where
So like the Atlantic, we add the word ocean on there. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If I just say Atlantic, it's too ambiguous. But as soon as I say Atlantic Ocean, now you know the type of place I'm talking about.
right,
So when you see when I say toponymic classifiers, it's giving you the type. So a spot or all these toponymic classifiers is telling you what type of land it is. So you got the name and now you know the type.
right. So when I say Oceanic Boulevard, I know that's the boulevard that runs alongside the ocean, right? So then when I say Kemet with the canal glyph, I know that's I'm talking about the area that are canaled. When I say Kemet with the people, now I'm talking about something different. When I say Kemet with the Nuit, or the however y'all want to say it, the Newt or the
Yeah,
Newt. Do
it's
it.
Newt. Be better. But
Okay,
hold on. Let me go back over to
hold
this
on,
canal.
hold on 1 second.
Okay.
The Newt, then I know
Hmm.
that's a city situation or communal or place, an area, right? Whether it's the gated area, whether it's the whole country. That later a whole country thing. I mean, I got it, but I'm not there. I'm still where Kemet is.
I just
Sometimes it's outside of Mary. I think it's sometimes it's they were doing the thing. Sometimes they were outside of Mary, and sometimes they were.
boy, I don't know what you sipping on, boy. You said Kemet is outside of Kemet right now, boy.
No,
Man.
it is outside of Mary, not
Oh, you saying Kemet is outside of Mary?
yes.
Oh boy. All
Outside
right.
of
Let,
Mary.
let's let's save let's save that for another conversation though.
Okay, all right.
No,
All right.
no, seriously.
I agree. I
I'm
agree.
I'm I'm gonna note that down.
Need to look at the
Kemet,
text and see
you said Kemet is outside of Mary. Okay.
there
We
are times.
gon' we
Yes,
gon' I want you to build on that.
and the gates. The gates of Mary. I mean, yeah, and I want to give honors where when you were absent for the last year and a half, I happened to, I've known, when we were in Blog Talk, I think actually it was before you came on board, but when we were on Blog Talk and Casual, Smash Rockwell's, Jonathan Owens, not to bring contention, but when he, I think Unc brought him in to talk about the Namur pilot. I was on that show. And while you were gone, I happened to connect to his channel and to begin to learn under his tutelage as far as his grammar. He's in the grammar books. He's, he's been reading the glyphs for a while. I didn't even know as far as back then, Jonathan Owens, I mean, I never connected the casual and the hieroglyphs and all that. I wasn't, I'm a fan now, but I still, with man to man, we just look at the glyphs. I've always been interested in the Nile Valley and the understanding of the culture and the language. I mean, from when the class you asked me why, I'm interested in what they thought, how they think, what it was about. Not just, I'm not a what they call Egyptomaniac and all that kind of crazy stuff. I don't wear unks and I mean, do I have an Ankh? I think I have a necklace with an Ankh on it, but I might have bought it from the red pill, blue pill, one of them, but both of them. But that's not like who I don't walk around looking crazy. Um, I got I have a
That's
real
messed up.
job.
You call some people crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I have a real job. I'm not no, not to knock. Um, I
He said,
respect.
"I'm not walking around with that stuff. That's crazy." And then you name people's names. That's messed up. Let me
No, no,
stop. Let me stop you before you start something. No,
no.
seriously. Let's. I'm trying to I'm trying to address a couple of more questions though. We've been talking
Those
for a
are my,
minute.
those are my brothers, and Jabari is my brother, and so is man, I'm
Oh
losing
man,
the name.
come on, Desmond.
He creates, he makes the unks and the ones that I can't think of his name right now, but anyway, they give honors to him. I respect him too, and Felicia as well. But go ahead, Sean,
Okay.
what you got?
Do you agree, or can you even recall what Wujawu basically just said? Because he led you right into what I was getting at regarding uh, the 049 glyph, the N36 and the N23 glyphs. That because earlier you had mentioned that the 049 was like a city, and that's what you were standing on.
Now you just stopped at the 049. Yes, I agree that 049 is city, town, communal, place where people gathered. Yes, I agree with that. But now, if you want to go back to the N20, 21, lead into 23, I can agree with the lead in, but then to stretch that to from riparian to communal to specific in the 11th and 12th dynasty, I feel as though that's problematic. Can you I guess are you not Ujao, but you argue why or convince me where I'm wrong?
Right. Well, you just went through a demonstration of how the 049 glyph represents canals. Kind of walked you through that evolutionary process and all of these things and said that it was referring to land, right?
I know. I don't
So
agree with
you don't agree that those are like land determinatives?
I don't agree with what you just said.
What did I say?
You said so you agree with the transition, which is an hypothesis, that the tongue glyphs N20 and 21 transition to N23 and then transition to 049 that means land, and I think you added canal or water or something like that. I do not agree with that. Or I put it this way:
What's the N36
not
glyph?
not that I don't agree, but that I am not convinced of that transition. I don't
What,
see that.
what does the N36 glyph represent?
N36 represent you talking about the Sapat glyph, correct?
It's Mer, MR.
It's a
Mer.
mer. It's a canal. It's the. See, we hold up, but we
The rectangle with the two horizontal lines with the two vertical slanted lines. You're talking about the N36, correct? The canal glyph. I
yeah.
consider I consider that to be man-made, irrigated. Well, actually, I mean, I'm convinced that it's. Well, I've been told, or I won't say told, but I read that it means man-made, irrigated lands. But initially, I was coming under the tutelage of Ujau that it could be man. Well, I didn't really know it was man made, but I was saying any irrigation or any slight river that came off of the Nile or waters that came off of the Nile were considered irrigated lands. That was what I was convinced of.
Okay, we're gonna go to the horse's mouth. I got it on the screen again, and we see N36. It says a channel filled with water. It's later formed as determinative for irrigated land N23. So again, Gardner is reaffirming that N36 and N23 interchange with each other. And remember when before we got to this book period, the reason why we got to that book was because we left the book that Sean had brought up, which was our book and this right here. So if we go back over here, now everything should make sense to everybody who's watching. So right now, what Asar is saying on page 72, he's
Say,
saying that
say,
he's saying, say it again.
Saber, I just want to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Sean was controlling the conversation, and you stepped in as an elder to continue what you assume that Sean was conveying.
No, I'm saying Sean, when Sean first came, uh, appeared on the panel, he had me bring up the book. Remember, he said turn the page, whatever, and I shared the book. And then you stepped in and said, nope, don't use that book. Pull up the TLA. I said, nope, let's pull up the horse's mouth, Gardner himself.
Right.
That was the chain of events.
I agree, but Sean was
That was the
speaking.
chain of. So now I'm allowing Sean to go. I'm going back to Sean so he can make his point. Remember, Sean came on the panel and brought this up in the first place.
and
So I'm giving him the chance to make his point. I mean, that's only fair.
and to be clear, even though I have always given Sean a hard time, Sean is my brother. He's my classmate, and he's my
See,
brother.
that's that sipping talking because we all your brothers, so it's all good, man.
What? Of course that, but I'm just being clear.
All right,
Even though
cool.
Sean and I, and he beats me up all the time, but even though Sean and I converse,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
tell
cool.
I'm telling Sean, you are my brother. I've
All right,
always, even though I give you a hard time.
Says me. I
but
know they
but
said me.
shit. I mean,
Go ahead.
Sean, listen. All right, but let's Sean. So Sean, go ahead and pick up where
Okay.
you where you left off. So
Yeah.
now, but we went around the bend. We went around the corner and went around the cul-de-sac and stuff. I'm talking to the chat now. We ran around the cul-de-sac and everything like that. But hopefully that was a good exercise so that everybody's clear when when I say that these glyphs are interchangeable. Everybody read how that's so and read it from the horse's mouth. But go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. So I wanted to just get just Shazmu's clarification on how he's arriving because he's using this example of the his example or a regurgitation of the 049 glyph, meaning that that it represents something else that it's not representing. So I only wanted to understand if he's following the path of how the conclusion was reached in the text that he said he only read part of, so that he could understand it a little bit better on how it goes back to land and where you're getting the position and the emphasis of riparian zone. And you showed this in one of your slides, and you've been showing this since 2018.
Yeah, yeah.
Now
So
let me just speak real quick.
mhm.
Now I would just add, what do you mean by regurgitation? What do we regurgitate? With,
I don't think that that's your argument that you've got it from. What I'm not saying regurgitation in a negative way, right? What I'm
you
saying
said
is, yeah, I think you
049.
inherited the belief of the 049 glyph representing something else because that's what people you used to or still do in some instances will point to it and say that it represents what you said when in fact it's something totally different than that when you construct it, when you deconstruct it.
Say what we it seems like we in the dojo. So I'm on the mat, Sean in the mat. You you pull up the 049 definition of, I don't, you can use the water bush, you can use the TLA, you can use the Gardner.
It's
Let's
best
put
to
the
go to
horse.
it's best to go to Gardner. Okay, I'm gonna share that. I'm gonna unshare this and share that again. But I just want everybody to see this example here on the screen of a sapat spelled two different ways for the same word. And the one on the left is spelled with N23 as the classifier. The one on the right is spelled with O49 as the classifier. This right here alone, and many other examples we can give, confirms the interchangeability of the
Saber,
049 and the N23. That's the point
Saber,
that Asar is making right here. So
Saber,
let me share.
Saber, I gotta interject. Asar is not here. We cannot use his book. Let's not do that.
No, this
Let
is my
Why
book.
his
No,
book?
this is not Asar's book. This is my book
whoever's
as
book it
well.
is. Let's
What are you
stick
talking
to the
about?
horse's
So I'm
mouth. That's not,
and I'm here I'm
I
here. So
know
I could use my
that's not
book.
fair. That's not fair. That's not
I
fair.
could I could use
That's
no,
not
I'm saying this is the
that's not fair.
argument.
You could have did that
I don't know.
after. You could
I
do
don't
that. I
know.
would say you should do that after. That's not fair to do that right before.
No, what we already read it
But you
in Gardner. In Gardner, hold on. I'm going to the 049 right now. I'm
okay?
gonna pull up the
Let
049.
check
I'm
this
pull up the
out.
049.
Hold on,
There's
hold on.
and
You did not discover this information, correct? Answer me
this
that.
discover
You did not discover this
what
information, correct?
wait,
You
what
had to
information?
learn, you had to learn this information. You learned it before we did, but you did not discover this information. Is that
When you say
correct?
this, what information?
049 and the decipherment of these codes and the meanings. You
No,
that's not
obviously
your idea.
I'm, Gardner predates me. Gardner has lived
Okay.
and passed
Okay.
away
So
before.
please let's
So
stick with the predate rather than going with the post
We
date.
just no. Listen, we just read in Gardner the interchangeability. Did we not?
Wait though. Let's stick with question at hand. And was he
So,
asked?
listen,
Come
but
on, you're
I'm
not being
no,
fair.
no, I'm trying to keep the conversation going because see, it's getting late, but
It
I
ain't
don't want
late.
to cut.
I'm off till Tuesday.
No,
I'm
Nah,
yeah,
good.
listen,
you,
listen,
yeah,
listen.
yeah,
We
you,
have an audience, and
yeah,
we have to be very, very respectful of the audience. So it's not a game. If there's anything that's not clear, it just needs to be articulated well and respectfully. But you really do have to respect that people are watching, and then people actually taking their time, both on the panel and on the chat, and just be respectful of that, and just don't take it as a game. That's all I'm saying, because right now this is just getting out of hand. I'm just gonna be honest and say.
Emmy Cat, I have stayed up till 2, 3, 4. Matter of fact, I've stayed up till 6 in the morning. Had to go to work at 7:30. That matter of fact, the other day, Tuesday, I had to go to work at be to work at 7:30, and I was on the chat. I was in there to the end until like 3 o'clock in the morning. So I understand what you're saying. I just happen to be off tonight or tomorrow.
yeah, but
I,
everybody else is not. But we have see, we're not the only ones. We have an audience right now,
Right.
so
I,
we're gonna keep
I
it
know.
moving. So I
Right.
have so let's read. We have 049 on the screen, on the big screen. I think yeah. So let's read what 049 is saying. And this is from Gardner's sign list. He says he describes 049 as a village with crossroads, and he says as an ideogram in the word Niut, which means he translates as village. For the reading cross-reference to pyramid text within the pyramid text, Niut tu, and he translate that as those belonging to the lower heaven, and then and the very late variant in this spelling. And it has the word here in Greek, which I am not going to attempt to pronounce. Then, as a determinative, classifies as a village or town. Example, Waset, which is Thebes. It's an inhabited region. Then he says in Kemet, Egypt, literally the black land. Then he has the Jatet estate with the Sapat symbol. So this instance right here, Jatet, shows what we were saying before, because when we go back up to the Sapat glyph, which is N24, it had the same thing. So it's showing you the relationship between the Sapat N24 and the 049, how they can interchange. And so they can interchange because there's tons of instances where we see the same word referring to the same thing spelled with 049, and sometimes it's spelled with N24, which is that Sapat glyph. So
so
we're establishing the interchangeability of these glyphs.
so you're actually saying the words inhabited region is the same words that were used for the Sapat inhabited region. So that's how
Yeah,
you the
yes,
two.
because all of the Egyptian Sapats were inhabited by a concentration of people, most definitely. Because most of the Sapats had a temple complex, a major deity, a totem, and the whole nine.
Okay.
All right, so all right, so let's so that was good. I really enjoyed that conversation, but I wanna engage a few other people in the chat, and then I want to close out because it's 12:30. I know people going into the weekend, and I hope everybody definitely enjoys their Memorial Day weekend. I know I'm going to try. That's why I'm live tonight, because this weekend I'm gonna be MIA. But let's go take this off the screen. I wanted to let me go back up and address a few things that I missed. I think this was one. Gary Hart said what's weird to me is if your ancestors come from the west coast of Africa, why are you fighting so hard to claim Egypt? It's all right to study it and learn the language, but some people take it personal. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Gary. I witnessed that. I witnessed the both extremes of it. I witnessed the people who say, to hell with Egypt. It don't have nothing to do with nothing, and they try to discourage people from even uttering the word Egypt. And then the other extreme, I've seen people look at Egypt as if they actually came from Egypt, like as if their parents were born there or something, in that extreme way. So I've seen those two extremes and everything in the middle, and I definitely understand what you're saying, but I think that a very good and properly using proper methods to study Egypt as its culture, as a classical African culture, is really good. There's a lot there. There's a lot to offer. Emicat, I can't scroll, but so far was it other comments that it was one I had highlighted from Six Fingers. I thought
Mm,
it stood
okay.
out. I can't see it anymore though.
Okay. Well, I can give you a minute to search it, and just while I add
Oh,
that,
here
I
it is, right
think.
here.
Okay, good, good.
Well, I think it was one before that, but
Oh, that one. Oh, I thought, yeah, yeah, that's crazy. But go ahead.
um, no, I can't see everything else, but just in case, this is just for Six Fingers if he's still in the chat. It said, Wajao originally was in the Sesh Netcher group before he left to create Seshu. Ask him now and watch how you both who wrong. Yeah, I don't quite get that because I'm still an administrator in that group. So
Yeah,
when he say before I left, I don't know. Me and Divine Ruler Quality of Law were the beginning administrators of that group, and that's a
yeah. No,
separate
he
group
was.
from Sesh, our Facebook group. By the way, everybody listen.
No, that's actually not even Sesh Medu Nature Group. That's Medu Nature Group.
It's Meta Netcher. Yeah, nah, there was no
Yeah.
Sesh Meta Netcher
No,
group.
there is no Sesh
But
Medu Nature Group.
he's talking about Meta Netcher group because I don't see it anymore, but I saw where he mentioned Asar, me, Smash, Netaneb, and we were arguing
No,
or something.
he said that you and Sean left and created this issue, and he was telling us who we are. So, and then he doubled down and said, "That's where we were like when." Then he said, "That's when you left the Sesh Medu Nature Group and started this issue." And all that. So I gave him the links for this issue so he can acquaint himself with, like, because we have YouTube videos when we explain, this issue
Okay.
and all that kind of
But
stuff.
do this and for everybody in the chat, if you are on Facebook, make sure you join our Facebook group. Okay? Make sure you join our Facebook group. So, Emika, if you don't mind, if you could put the link to the Facebook group in the chat. Everybody join our Facebook group. But I do want to address this one though, because he's making a claim that riparian is a new claim to escape old errors. Six Fingers, that is absolutely wrong. The riparian is we introduced it I think in 2018, so it is newer than 2010 when 2011 and 2012 when we started dealing with the Medew Netcher Facebook group, but it is and was never to escape any old errors ever. I'm still an administrator in that group, and I still have access to all of the posts in the group, and we actually exported all those posts out and put it in a PDF form because we were going to publish it, as informative information and this, that, and the third. But you're definitely wrong on that. It was never to escape old errors. That's not. I mean, who does that? That's people in the conflict community do stuff like that. Escape old errors. You can't grow if you can't ascertain previous errors. Like you grow by correcting errors. If you make them, you got to accurately identify errors and problems before you can come up with solutions. So none of that. Uh, and on this issue, there was no errors made. And so, Six Fingers, what you should do, and what I challenge you to do if you're still there, and I know I'm not talking about tonight, but since you're making the accusation, what I would like for you to do, and if you don't do it, it's no biggie, but I would like for you to point out these old errors, because you use errors plural. Point out these old errors, and then let me know when you ready to do that, and we can have a good discussion about these alleged errors. All right, all right. So I wanted to kind of get that out the way right there. Let's
Yeah, on that, Mika says, I saw MK said he made the group his name copyright. Yeah, there's a long list of people, there's a queue of people who lay claim to this issue. I mean, it's the hottest thing in town, so everybody started it. But hey, just as a quick summary, because we've been saying this, we have videos for this, we explain who this issue are all the time. This issue are members who actually are were and are still under the tutelage of Wujao. We always say, and members that you already see, you will see here on they will be the ones with the, with the, what is it called, the why did I lose my word, the wrench.
Wrench.
Yeah, the wrenches here. That's one of the things. Because I know some people sometimes ask us if we can give them the wrench. We have strict rules though over here. So the wrench are actually for people who are for the Seshu members, and Seshu members are people who have taken the classes with Wujao. So yes, we were taking the classes with Wujao before we were even online. I think I said that the other time we were doing those and meeting outside of classes. We were meeting back then when it was still Google Hangouts. So these are people who've taken classes with Wujao and have certificates for the classes with Wujao. And other than having a certificate to show proficiency in Sesh Medu Netcher beginners level, the second requirement is to have good character. And so at this point, we are 11 members since 8 years ago. So yeah, and then after taking classes, we've been studying outside of that, and then also doing stuff on YouTube. So just so you know, so if anybody else doesn't have that, we don't know what they're talking about, but it's cool. I mean, it's being Seshu is it's a good thing. So I think that we'll take that as a compliment. But yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so for those in the chat, again, appreciate you hanging out. I'm beginning the wind down. All right, so everybody know I am MC Iron Lung. I have accepted that, but I do want to wind it down. But because we were having a good dialogue with brother Shezmu Patah for a length of time, I want to definitely engage anybody in the chat. So if you have any comments or questions, feel free to go ahead and type them in right now so we can use those to kind of wind it down. So Sat 12 says, the Seshu, why do translations of Kemet that have the bull translate in dictionaries as black bull? The reason is because the Kim part of that particular word is assumed to be the adjective Kim for black. So you'll see it translated as black bull. And that's the simple answer. That's why it's done that way. Black bull. But I'm not going to do it tonight. But Sat 12, if you bring that up again, fresh when we go live at the start of another live, open it up, because I can show you where scholars have even come to the conclusion that when you see Kim with the bull, it's not necessarily referring to a black colored bull. So there's some scholarship on that. Wajao's not making that up. Usar Imhotep's not making that up. Sanjeti's not making it up. That's actually coming from some resource material. So just bring it up next time. I want to keep on going.
Sat 12 has another question. Sat 12 actually has all the good questions. We need to get Sat 12 on the panel one of these days, because
The only code I
Oh,
want to
good
be in
question.
is Boy, Mika claiming her territory. Goodness, I thought I ain't even
Yeah.
read that. Okay, let's see. Sat 12. Okay, Seshu, have you worked on translating any texts that have never been translated? Oh yeah, I don't know if you asked this before. Somebody did ask that before, and I answered it, but I'll answer it again. I really don't know for sure if everything I've ever worked on has been translated before, because as an exercise, for as long as I've been teaching it, we've selected materials in their primary source, and then transliterate and translate without using a previous translation or somebody else's translation. So out of all the things that we've ever done, there could be ones that there is no published translation for. We just use the primary image, some images from tombs, temples, papyri. When we were going through hieratic, taking papyri, especially the neat ones, those are easier. Transcribing them into the formal Sesh Netcher, and then transliterating them and translating those as well. So I'm actually not sure. All right. Now I do know that prior, like early on, like this is years ago. This is like back in 2012, I believe. This is early. I don't even know. Probably 2010. When I was dealing with those Dendera light bulbs that people were claiming in the temple of Hathor at Dendera, where the ancient Egyptians, had electricity and they had light bulbs and all this and that. I had someone send me pictures of the specific crypt in the temple where these glyphs are, all the walls and everything. And so I translated that. I translated that whole wall, and I've never seen that done before. Now I could, that's as far as I know, but it could be translated somewhere. But I translated that whole thing for the purpose of refuting this whole light bulb stuff. And I put and it's on our website, seshmetalnetcher.com. It's on the website. So there very well could be.
Yep, I'll
All
put
right.
the link in the chat for those who are
Yeah.
interested. And then we
Okay.
have a playlist. Speaking of that, Dendera, we have a playlist for all the debunked stuff that you've done. So I'll put that too for those interested. We got
Yeah.
UFOs,
The UFO ones, the Dendera light
fairies.
bulbs, the aliens in there. It was another one. I think it was one more famous.
Let's see. I think I
Another
have it.
famous one. But those are no. And plus, Sat, to answer to my to add to my answer. It's hard. It's harder to even have access to primaries of the things that are not published, or no translations have ever been published for. It's hard. It's not impossible, but it's harder because you have to be in that space to even be able to differentiate. Because there are things that aren't published, that translations that are not published yet, or published at all. There's a lot. There's things that have been copied, because remember, in early Egyptology, a lot of these scholars would go to Egypt and painstakingly copy glyphs off of different artifacts and walls of temples and things like that, and to create a copy, to preserve it and all this and that. And some of that may have not been fully translated and published, even all the way up to today. There's just a whole lot. And to gain access to those primary drawings and stuff like that, it can be, one, expensive, and then two, you have to be in that space to even know that they even exist. All right, so just so you know. So Sat says, in texts that speak of a dichotomy, many writers talk about black land versus red land. I know you prefer riparian, but what of the desert red color land? It's a desert. It's a desert. That's the short and skinny. But now to expound a little bit, remember riparian. When we say riparian, we're just saying a type of land. When we're saying desert, we're just saying a type of land. A riparian is associated with water. A desert is associated with not water. It's just like that. That's the dichotomy, water and dryness, or the dichotomy of words would be wet versus dry. Wet versus dry. Wet versus dry. Access to wetness, no access to wetness. That's it. No different than even in the mythos of some of the main deities in ancient Egypt. You got Shu, which represents dryness, and Tefnut, which represent wetness, but people say moisture. So you have moisture, then you have non-moisture. And people say Shu deals with air and Tefnut deals with moisture. That's how most people will dichotomize it, but it's the same dichotomy. It's wetness versus dryness. All right. So that's how you have it. Wasir is associated with the fertile area. Satuk is associated with the infertile area. So those are two dichotomy words. Fertile versus infertile. Wet versus dry. There you go. That's it. All right, next one. There are many tourist photos around now with text, and also sometimes they show pic of newly discovered tombs you might be able to read. Yeah. Oh, you just brought into mind. I don't know how many of you all are familiar with Anthony Browder. Anthony Browder, I don't know if he's still actively excavating this particular tomb, but years ago, many years ago, me, Sanjeti, and Asar linked up with Anthony Browder, and he was actively, I think he and his daughter, they were actively excavating the tomb of forgot the tomb owner's name, Kur Ankamun or something to that effect. Don't hold me to that. But whatever tomb he was excavating, excuse me, what he was doing was, at that time, he was sending us pictures, real-time pictures. I'm talking about stuff that they just cleaned up. He would send us pictures and then ask us to what we make out of it. And that was great. That was exciting. So at that point, obviously, I don't think those things have ever been translated. So I think that would count. And we did that work based on the pictures he showed us. And what we found out is that the pictures that he sent us, they were actually portions of the Book of the Dead, but not on papyri, but on the walls inside that tomb, where it was certain, they call them spells, but a certain utterances in the Book of the Dead. And we were the ones that identified and matched it up. So maybe one day I'll do a show on that. I'll dig up our notes and everything and share that with everybody. So we're able to do that. Shesma said, can you share how your daughters are doing and when the last time and they're training in Medew Netcher? Yeah, well, school has definitely taken priority over dealing with Medew Netcher. But for those who don't know, we have videos on our channel, videos on this channel, where you'll see my daughters speaking, pronouncing the numbers, doing some of the basic pronouns and things like that. And that was a long time, but that's when my daughter was 9 years old. My oldest. That's when my oldest was 9 years old. She's 20 right now. So that was 11 years ago. And she was rolling off the numbers. Wa, Senu, Comp, Fedu, Diu, Sisu, Safek, Kemnu, Peseju, Medu. Y'all will see her count from 1 to 10 real fast. And then she'll show off and do all those things. But to answer the question, yeah, that kind of took a that took a back seat for school and stuff like that. So yeah. All right, Sat 12. So you accept that the desert of Deshret is referring to the red coloration of the desert also? No, because the desert's not literally red. Okay, Sat. So the thing that people have to press in their mind is that it's no different than today. That like we do today, ancient people, pretty much all human groups, they use colors as ontological tools, which means they use colors to categorize things. There is a disassociation from the literal meaning to a figurative association in the form of a category. So like for us today, the color blue, or let's say the color red represents anger, lust, sensuality, sexuality, danger, and stuff like that. Danger is not literally red. Lust is not literally red. Anger is not literally red. All that is they lose that. So the associations between colors in ancient times and today, those are convenient ways that people categorize things. The ancient Egyptians used colors to associate the four cardinal points. They used colors to associate their split of the kingdom into two entities, white for the south and red for the north. And so on and so on. So people have to have in their mind to not take this color stuff literally like that. All right. That's a modern, we emphasize it today because we're born in a society that is post colorisms for a racial construct where it matters. And this is post 16th century, this is post slavery and stuff, where these color terms was used to classify human groups into a hierarchical class system. Black being the bottom, white being on the top. White is the highest level, black being the lowest level in the modern social construct of race. Anybody that's denying that is just simply was in a coma during school. I would say that they just didn't graduate at all. Anything, didn't pass any grades, because to ignore that is crazy. But that's it. So that's what you have to keep in mind. So the Deshret, Desher, Kemet, and Kim, this association with wetness and dryness being black and red, the focus is wetness and water versus the lack of water and dryness. That's it. All right. What else? Did I miss anything?
No, I think that just about it, I guess. Let me see.
Oh, Shesma said there's nothing wrong with colors. No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with colors. I guarantee you, everybody's outfit, everything you got on right now, what you wearing right now, you got colors on. So come on.
Well, there was one I think I see. I don't know if you mentioned this from Sat 12. It said brother was just on Sun Netter saying, and Kush means black also, something very close to that.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be interesting. I would like to see what how he came to that conclusion. That would be interesting because Kush, you would probably be able to tease that out in the Meroitic script language, et cetera, for that area. The Egyptians called Kush Kash, and so if Kush is an endonymic name, then the Egyptians simply just pronounced what they heard from those people. Just like in a Akkadian text, in the Amarna letters, you'll find in the Amarna letters, which is an exchange from Akhenaten's time to over there in the Middle East, you'll see exchange of in these letters. You'll see how the Akkadians, or in the Akkadian language, they transcribed Egyptian words. They didn't translate it; they just transcribed it. Like we don't do the meaning. And I hope everybody understands what I mean by that. Like I'll give you a biblical example. When people read the Bible, an English version of any English version of the Bible, like King James or whatever, when you read it, they leave the names untranslated. Because everybody knows the Bible was not written in English, but when you're reading the English version, the names are kept untranslated. So you'll read Abraham, you'll read Adam, you'll read Jacob, you'll read David. Now you can look up what the names mean, but they leave them untranslated. And even some words, even some places. But the Bible actually has its own built-in etymology too, because they'll say Abraham, the father of many nations. They say Yaqub or what's another one? Dawid, beloved. Hawa or Eve. Now that one's crazy. I do have to say that the women should protest that, because see here, and this is why I say protest, because in the book of Genesis, it introduced the first two humans in that story. You got Adam and you got Eve. Now we know it wasn't written in English, but what's crazy is when you look at the Hebrew, Adam is Adam. Like the Hebrew for Adam, it comes into English as a transcription more so, because it's just transliterated and we pronounce it Adam. But when it comes to Eve, man, there's nothing close to the word Eve for her name. The word is Hawa or Hawa. And that's crazy. Why they say Eve? Everybody can pronounce Hawa. Just say Hawa. But they said Eve. And what's crazy is that, you know, the theory, the allegation is that they tried to say women are evil, so they abbreviated Eve because she's the one that bit the apple and caused man to fall. So she's the evil. She's the root of evil. So she's Eve, short for evil. I'm telling you, y'all better not let that happen. Y'all better protest. I'm talking to the women. Protest that. Any Christians in the chat, you know, take that to church Sunday. Ask about it. Why they call Eve Eve when her name in Hebrew is Hawa, and even in Genesis 5:2, when it says woman, it says Nekebah. It has Zikr or Zakar for the man or male. It says when it says male, female, made he them. The word for male is Zakar, and the word for female woman is Nekebah. Where they get Eve from? Anyway, all right, keep on moving. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to wind down. It is 1 a.m. Sesh, in text with this land dichotomy, when translators translate red land, if it's really dry land, then what about the flamingo glyph, a reddish pink bird? No, the glyph is there. Um, so Sat, I'm not sure how familiar you are with how the writing system works, but glyphs can function in one of three different ways. It can have a phonetic value, where it will be phonographic in nature. It could be logographic in nature, or it could be ideographic or classifier in nature. And so when you see the flamingo, reddish or pink bird in there, that bird in the language is dasher. It had that pronunciation, and you see that a lot in the language. Okay, so I hope that kind of answers your question.
I'll put a video link for that because the topic of today is we've got a vid for that.
Yep. We have a video for everybody's questions so far. Just about all the questions. We got a video. So that's a put it in the chat too. You put it in the chat? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Yep, we got a video for that. All right. And the word desher, red, comes from a root sher, which is a two consonant root that means dry. All right. And it's the same root monosyllabic wise with that sh sound. It's the same word that branched away and branched off of the same root for the deity Shu. Shu and desher share the same root diachronically, historically. Okay? If you don't know, now you know. But Asar Imhotep breaks that down in a few of his videos. All right? So want you to understand that. The TLA says Chem glyph alone is a pile of charcoal. Others say a crocodile part. Are the equally speculative in your opinion? Yeah, that's been debated for amongst scholars for a good while, and the jury in scholarship is still out on that. But I'm glad you brought that up because I want to show you all something now that I have this this on the screen. So I'm gonna remove the comment. I want to show you all something. Well, where's my okay? So here is Gardner's sign list. Okay. Now this was a question that was asked of me, and I'm gonna show you all how some people. Now this has nothing to do with anybody in the chat right now, so I don't want anybody to think I'm accusing anybody here. But I'm going to show you an example of when people ask questions in a challenging way. They try to challenge you and want to argue and be combative and everything. How they don't really think things through. So one question that I was asked was, if the 049 glyph has to do with land or water and stuff like that, then why is it in the category of O? Because I'm gonna scroll up. These are all the O's, right? I'm gonna scroll up and tell you what the category of O is for. Gardner's gonna tell you the category of O is for buildings, parts of buildings, etc. Buildings, parts of buildings, etc. Y'all see that? It doesn't say anything about water or land or anything. So, and this is what the person was trying to say. 049 is in the category of buildings, parts, and parts of buildings. But when you go to N, when you go to the ends have to do with land, sky, and water. Here's the title for that. Sky, earth, and water. That's what the ends are for. So their question was, if 049 deals with land and water and all that stuff, riparian, then why isn't it in the category of N? So when they said that, I simply used the same logic and dealt with I6, the glyph that is in the word Kim has a bilateral consonant of K and M. And when you go, because the person that was asking me that believes that the Kim glyph, or people call it the Kim glyph is a burnt piece of charcoal. That's what they believe, right? So what I did was I went to where the glyph is in the Gardner codes. It's under I. So we got H, let's go to I. What is I? I is amphibious animals, reptiles. And if you look at I6 right here, it's in the category of amphibians and reptiles. It is not in the category of fire or wood, which would be what charcoal, a burnt piece of wood or charcoal is. It would be in that other category. So this is a touche moment where a person didn't even realize that their logic can be used against them. And so they had to shut that down real quick. So that shut them down real quick.
I'm glad you actually brought that, because on my inbox there was that from the same person. I think there was that, and then there was what was it again? It was the fact that the how we have the Gardner list, and they say the Gardner list must be there for a reason, and that's why you gotta take it seriously.
Yeah,
on
that's what I'm
this.
saying.
And then they said, and they're very sure that if we move back in time, the ancient Egyptians had the same kind of stuff, the same categorization and list, and so that's why we need to take it seriously. And I was like, I don't know about that.
And that's crazy because people dagger their own arguments by coming. They don't think things all the way through. So once I brought this up, it kind of just killed it. So anyway, Sat 12, you asked about the crocodile, whether it's a crocodile skin or charcoal and whatnot. Like I said, among scholars, I don't think there's a dominant agreement on that just yet. I think the jury's still out on that. Now we have our suspicions, and well, I should say Osar has articulated another answer to that. And so I would definitely recommend everybody to get his book, because he spells it all the way out. And I've discussed it in videos like tonight's show is called. Got a vid for that. And I'm gonna tell you where it's at. It's in our video where we talk about it's in two videos. It's in one where we talk about toponymy, and then the other one where we talk about riparian land. All right, so hopefully that will answer that. All right, so let's see, what else do we got going on? Trying to deal with the chat. Did I miss anything else? TLA says
I
charcoal.
was saying, oh yeah, now we're saying that Babylon Dan said that what you just said. I think that answer showed and proved nothing at all.
Say it again.
It says that your answer showed and proved nothing at all. I think that's what Babylon said.
What answer? What, just now?
Yeah, I guess with the croc.
No, what? Boy, this is listening comprehension. What I just said was that I wasn't trying to prove anything. I was sharing with you all how people dagger their own arguments, and people don't understand what logic is about and premises are about. You have to, what consistent logic is. You can't have a double standard. You can't use one premise for something you like and then abandon it for something you don't like. So there's nothing to prove here at Babylon Done. I was just sharing and demonstrating an instance with you all of contradictory logic. When people do that, I gave you an example. They said the 049 can't be talking about land or water because it's in the O. Well, guess what? You believe I6, the Chem glyph, is charcoal, but it can't be talking about charcoal because it's not in the group. So there you have it. All right. So Chief X says, when you going to give me my props for first one initiating a certain conversation? Oh, I don't know which conversation you're talking about. Oh, I see Chief X popped in here. So now, Chief X, before I let you in here, I have already said, I'm not saying this because you came, but I've already said I am winding down. So I'm about to give you the mic, but it's late on the East Coast, and I'm definitely shutting down. So I'm gonna give you the last. You can close us out, Chief X. All right.
All right. Can you hear
Yep.
me
There we go. We
well?
can hear you. Yep. We can hear you.
Yeah, I know you're
Chief,
closing out. I don't want to keep you long. I just
Okay.
asked a
Cool.
certain question because I was driving earlier when you kind of first started,
Okay.
but I was been watching sports in the movie, and I said, let me just check in. I seen you guys are about to end, so I said, let me hit the link real quick and ask Ujaro a question.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. Go for it.
can you can hear me well?
Yeah. Yeah. I get you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
So the
Yeah.
ask that question in the chat, huh?
No, I can hear
Hello.
you. I can hear you. I think it's a delay, but I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah.
There's a delay, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. My question. Yeah. My question in the chat was when you gonna give me my props for initiating a certain conversation. Now, I wasn't specific, but I can be specific now. So, Wujal, sometimes I hear you say, um, um, this Black Egypt conversation, which
Mm-hmm.
started 50 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I get that. So, let me clarify. Um, my claim is I'm the first person, the first Black man in this so called conscious community, not the world of academia. I know people in the world of academia have been arguing if the ancient Egyptians are Black or not. I get that. I've heard it. So I'm saying I'm the first in the so called conscious community to bring this topic up and go against the grain and say Black, ancient Egyptians is not Black or Negroid. Okay. Do you not agree with this?
I don't know if I can agree with that because okay, do this for me then. Give me the rough estimate when you initiated it then, like as far as give a year, estimate a year or month, year and month or whatever that you.
Approximately 4 years ago, and I have a video because people was going back and forth about this and didn't want to kind of give me my props. I'm like, well, who did, right? So I made a video detailing specifically when I started certain topics, like the Moors aren't Black folk, aren't sub-Saharan African. I went on that about 8 years ago, right? And I was saying that Sarah Sudan said it was wrong. Moors are Arabs and Berbers. And I was like, Arab dynasties conquered the Iberian Peninsula or Spain. Sub-Saharan Africans did, right? So I was
Uh,
the first to talk about that. I was one of the first to say the Native Americans ain't Black folk, right? And then I remember Garfield used to play my video back and forth and just laugh at it, and everybody used to laugh at it, right? So when I went against the grain and started saying ancient Egyptians are not Black or
mm-hmm.
Negroid, nobody in this community made that claim or came for people except Chief X. So I'm trying to think if someone did, who besides
Okay.
me. So my
Oh.
point is, and I'm in
Mm-hmm.
this
Mm-hmm.
for the last 4 years, this has been a hot topic, the hottest topic. It's been the hottest topic because I spearheaded it, and I'm
Okay.
just
Then
want to, you know,
I'm gonna blame you then. I'm gonna blame you for this crazy topic then, because
right.
not because I think the whole topic is ridiculous because there's no such the ancient Egyptians, like the whole black ideology is a modern social construct. It has no place before 16th century or before all that stuff. It's like modern. So I don't even see why ancient people are brought up in it. If people want to argue about the construct as it is now, then that's cool. I mean, I can get down with that. But the whole thing about
Now,
ancient people. Now, I'm not saying you do it. I'm saying the fact that, okay, you're saying right now that you are the first to be an advocate for the Egyptians not being black. And what I'm saying is, in order for you to have to say that, there must have been people saying that they were black. And what I'm saying is, because
correct.
you're pushing right. I'm saying that whole thing is bananas to me. I think
Right.
the entire thing is ridiculous, and that's what I've been standing on from day one. I got tons of
Right.
videos saying that's like, who cares? I'm like,
Now,
we got a video called "The Absurdity of It All." That's in the
right.
archives and everything.
But check this out, Will.
But hold up, to give you, if I am to give you credit for it, I can't do that at this moment, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at all my old posts on Facebook, because you said 4 years, and if I find my posts prior to 4 years where I'm saying that, then I can't give you credit. I'm gonna show it to you. I'm
Right.
gonna
Right.
screenshot it. I'm gonna show it to you.
And that's great. I would love you to do that. Here's the
All right,
thing, though.
all right.
Now, one can say it's silly or what have you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But prior to me saying it, no one was saying it's silly claiming the ancient Egyptians are black.
Oh, I
No
definitely
one
was.
made. No. Okay. Just take yourself out for a second. Just
Okay.
roll with me for a second. Okay.
All right.
No one was saying it's silly that Dr. Ben wrote the book, The Black Man of the Now, and the Nation of Islam was saying the black man is God, and nobody was saying anything was silly prior to me saying that the ancient Egyptians are not black folk, are not Negroid. Now, one more thing. If it is a silly conversation,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
it spun all these live streams that you and everybody else that you've been saying has been going wild in conflict community, and it
Yeah.
spun
Right.
so many conversations at least every other day for 4 years straight. This has been a
Yeah.
conversation in this conscious community.
That's
So
why I
it's
say I'm
been
gonna
a
blame
hot
you.
topic.
I'm gonna
And then,
blame you
right,
for that.
blame me, and that's fine. I want to take the blame. It's been such a
I'm gonna
hot
blame you
topic
for that.
that everybody has been getting a bunch of cash apps and money for the streaming, and Reggie been getting cash apps and money for streaming on this. Everybody been getting paid off a hot topic that Chief X jumped off. I'm owed some cash apps. That's all I'm
They
trying to
must pay
say.
you some 25%. Listen, y'all
Yeah,
pay Chief
they owe you
X
25%.
25%
Yeah, they
royalties.
owe me, man. They gotta
Chief
kick that money up and pay
Chief
and
Chief
pay
X
like the
needs his
mob
cut.
do.
Y'all hear that in the chat? Y'all better spread the word. Chief X is looking. Chief X is coming for his cut.
I
Chief X
need
is
my cut. Smash Rockwell been getting cash apps talking about this for 4 years. Everybody, but people don't want to give me my props and say, you know what, Chief X jumped off this conversation. And I've swayed a lot of people. You got to admit that, little jar. I've swayed a lot of people to my side. Where
well,
people were just
I've
totally
been
against me when I first dropped it.
what I want to have a conversation with you about. Well, let me ask you a question, because okay, I got everything you said. And I hope you get your cut too, because I'm gonna blame you for the recent, for all the
I'm
recent
joking about
stuff
the cut, but I'm telling
been
the truth,
going
but I'm really joking.
been going on. But no, I do have a question for you though.
Yes, sir.
We did a Imicat, if you could find the video real quick on the Theban mapping project that we did like 4 years ago or whatever. If you could find that, because I want to just show it while I'm saying it. But what I want to ask you, Chief X, have you ever had a chance to watch our video on that old video we
Yeah,
did?
me and you went back and forth about this a bunch of times, ooh.
No, I'm saying the video we did. Did you watch it? Because in the
Yeah, I've watched
video,
that. I think I've watched every video you did on that Theban mapping project.
okay. So what I want to do is, at your, whenever it's convenient for you, and well, both of us, I want you to show me from the video, like what in the video do you have a problem with, or that you have a disagreement with in the video, You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think I've ever seen you um, go through it like or whatever and say exactly what you disagree or whatever the case is. So
So,
if you
but I
could
just
do
want
that.
okay before let me answer that right now. So before I answered it, I just want to be clear.
Mhm.
You could the only person in your mind that you know who jumped off the conversation, the ancient Egyptians ain't black or Negroid, was me. Correct?
No, I've been saying it too though. That's why I said I
Well,
can't I
okay,
can't
that's what I'm
concede to
saying.
that. I
Let's
can't
just take
concede.
out you, Woodrow. Let's take out
Oh, you
yourself.
you you have been okay. What I will say is that you have been the main advocate for that for a good while. I would definitely say
Okay,
that. Yep.
and that's all I wanted to hear, Woodrow. Thanks for being honest.
Yeah, I'm always if
Now,
the only,
you
only
you
the
may
only
have
time
said it, but
the only
you,
time but go ahead. No, I'm saying
you
I will say what it is. I'm saying like that's for sure. I don't think anybody would disagree with you on that because I've seen you scream to the top of your lungs that the ancient Egyptians are not black. You even went the Mediterranean route. You went to all the other stuff that you did too. So I definitely will say you advocated for that.
Yep.
Now if you were
right,
the
and
first one,
nobody in the community ever said the ancient Egyptians are Mediterranean people or a Mediterranean country before I did.
yeah, you definitely advocated that. I will give you that. I will
Okay, I just
definitely
want to
give
see
you
what
that.
page is on.
I will
I
I will
just wanted to
definitely
see.
I would definitely give you that. Chief X, your name is on the top of the list on that one. But now whether the Egyptians are black or not and stuff, I don't think you're the first, but I know you are a strong advocate for it. You've been very, very
No, in the
adamant
here's the thing though.
adamant.
I'm
No,
this is why I'm saying.
I'm talking about the conscious community too. I'm saying on that one, I
Okay,
think I know you definitely one of the ones, but the Mediterranean part of it, I think you probably are the top one.
okay.
Yep, I think you probably are the top one
Well, thanks for
on
acknowledging
that
that. I'm not saying because I'm
on
just
that.
wanting because people are running around here acting like, oh, we've been talking about this, and no, nobody has.
Nah, I think you are the top one on the Mediterranean thing because when you said it, I had you in the crosshairs. So I had you I
So,
had you in the crosshairs.
so this is it. If this is one thing I was going to say, I think you had a question for me, but before you move on to your question for me, if you can say it's a riparian country, you can also say it's a Mediterranean country.
Um, if
It's
you want to
okay.
say no, I'm gonna say if by Mediterranean country you mean that it's adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea, then I would say yeah, of course, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it is. Think that the countries that are adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea or in the Mediterranean basin are considered Mediterranean countries.
Yeah, and I don't if that's what's meant by Mediterranean country, then I don't have a problem with that. You ain't gonna give me to push
Okay,
back on that.
cool. Well, we're on
But
the
I
same page.
but I
That's why
told
I
you
like you, Rizal.
but I told you that before though. I remember specifically telling you that before. I said I don't have no problem with anybody calling any country that is adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea a Mediterranean country. But now if you mean something other than that, then that's when we got to tease it out. But on that, no, I don't have no problem.
No, I
Now
just meant strictly that.
let
That's
me
just
ask you this.
one aspect of it.
Okay, let me ask you a question about along those same lines. Um, is ancient and or modern uh, Egypt is it or let's stick with ancient. Is ancient Egypt an African civilization?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, see there we go. See how it
See,
works.
see how
You
easy that is?
see how easy that is? Exactly. See how
Right.
look
See how
look
easy that is?
look.
See,
See
that's what I'm saying. Though, Woodrow. I don't know why it's been so kind of all this drama behind me saying Mediterranean. So, cause sometimes like you live in Atlanta, right?
yeah, it's gonna snow, boy, because Chief X is agreeing for the first. Nah, let me stop. Go ahead. What were you saying? Yeah, I live in Atlanta. I live in Atlanta. Yeah.
Right. So you don't live in Los Angeles,
Nah,
right?
nah,
So I can be a Los Angelinos, but you can't be.
no, I can't.
Right. So I can be a Los Angelinos and an American. You can be an American, but you can't be in a Los Angelinos.
Right.
Right. So what I'm saying is
and you can't be
certain
a
parts of
Georgian.
geography, this is my whole point was certain points of geography. Two and three things can be correct and it's okay. It can be an African country, it can be a Mediterranean country, and it can be a country, connected to West Asia. So like three things can be right.
Well, those three statements would be because it's definitely because Georgia is connected to Florida. At the same time, Georgia is in the United States, so we all those three things could be correct at the same time. Yeah, that's true.
Right. So so when I was talking about Mediterranean, I was getting so much pushback. You had kind of disappeared, but I was getting so much pushback, and we just didn't understand it. That people just lying about geography now. I mean, it's okay. But you asked me a
Oh
question. What was that question, Mujal?
no, what I was saying was in the future. No, I was saying that maybe in the future, if what I want to see from you is if you can like walk through what you disagree from our Theban map video that we did that I did it,
Okay.
just the Theban map that whole website and everything like that and everything I was showing. I'm not clear on exactly what you disagree with because we never had that conversation after that. I have an idea like when you came on last time. I know what you disagree with in general, but I'm saying because I explained a lot in that video and I showed things and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that if you
Now,
just let
now
me know.
I agree. I agree with pretty much everything except the image of those Nubians. I could consider them Nubians, and
Okay.
I understand that Remich, the glyphs Remich, is next to them. I get that, but I still think those images of those people are
Oh, that's
Nubian.
the question. Okay, that's the
That's
question.
the only thing I disagree with.
Okay, so that's you just reminded me of the question that I wanted to ask you. So now remember, at all times we're talking about the tomb of Ramses III.
Hmm.
Excuse me, Snipsy. So Ramses III. So my question, I never got a chance to ask you this. Have you okay? You know the figures that you're calling Nubians, right? Those figures, right?
Hmm.
That you calling Nubians.
Right.
How many figures are how many figures of those are in that tomb in that scene? How many? Is it only four? Now, I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about the ones that look like the Nubians that you're saying.
Two.
Okay, so you feel that it's only two.
I've seen some images where there's four, but
Okay,
they
is it
only
four or two?
show two going through that. I guess I don't know if you call it the Amduat. I've only
Yeah, the
seen
Book of
two.
Gates. Yeah, so it's only two. Okay,
Yeah.
so all right. So in the future, I guess whenever I catch you live or you catch me earlier on a live, I let's walk through those figures. Let's do that.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna do that. But listen,
That'll
I
work.
gotta wind it down. This is 1:30,
Oh,
so
yeah, real quick. I'll just there was one question from Sat 12 that we kind of skipped over, and then I guess we can close down after that. So
okay.
Sat 12 said the Seshu, what do you think the jet black color of some Osiris depictions is symbolizing?
Okay, I'm trying to see. I'm gonna highlight that. You talking about that? Wait, but what about Osiris black colorism
Yeah, it
symbolism?
was prior to that, yeah, but it's the question. I
Same
missed it
thing.
before. So yeah. What do you think the
Yeah,
jet
yeah.
black color of Osiris symbolizes?
Well, it's the whole conceptualization of black in the ancient Egyptian mind. They associate it with seer because of what it represents associatively, not literally. Because Osiris is not a real person. Everybody should know that by now, at least. But the black represents quite a few things. It represents death. It represents the underworld. It represents fertility. It represents fecundity or fructification. It represents death and resurrection. Black going into green for the resurrection part of it. So those associations are with the Wasir, and most of the myths and things will support that. That's what kind of defines and spells all of that stuff out. Wasir is called Kimi, the black one. He's associated with the civilization itself as a dichotomy for his brother, Satuk, which represents the desert. So you got Kemet and Desheret, Kemet being represented by Wasir and Desheret being represented by Satuk. All those things. And so black is associated with deification, fertility, fecundity, death, resurrection, even the underworld, etc. And all these things fits with the Wasir. Wasir has a lot of different epithets. And maybe we could do a show on some of the deities' epithets. But he has a lot of different epithets that will support that. So that's just real simple on that. Yep. That's pretty much it. So, yes. But he's also green as well. And, deities take on these colors for symbolic purposes. Oh, what I was going to say was Wasir. Now, remember, okay,
Green power.
let me show y'all. He said green power, yeah, instead of black power, green power. But let me show you all this. Let me see if I can get this on the screen quick, and I'll take it back off later. I want to show you all this if I could get it, because I'm definitely gonna close down. Not gonna do no 10-hour thing tonight, boy. Not gonna catch me out there this time.
What you at 4 5 hours right now?
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna close it out. But I want to share this because it's just that I brought up just now. All right, let me put this big on the screen. I want to explain something. I did a Facebook post and I posted this picture up there because as we can clearly see, the ancient Egyptians. These are ancient Egyptian craftsmen, right? These are ancient Egyptian workers and craftsmen, and the ancient Egyptians. My point for posting this was to show the difference between the artistic colors that were used to paint the ancient Egyptians, which is very, very consistent. Is Dashir, red. Now, notice in this image, the one worker is presenting a black image, a black statue. So this black statue was just carved and being presented. This black statue is no different, is the exact same thing that was done, and we have a live version of it in the form of the Ka of Tutankhamun. So on the right hand side, you see a statue of Tutankhamun. Now everybody knows that Tutankhamun was not jet black like that. And Chief, as you can mute, I don't know you.
I'm good.
All right. So Tutankhamun in this picture over here on the right hand side is jet black, and it's the same thing that this person has made. So this on the left hand side. Now I'm bringing this up now because the question was about the symbolisms of black. Black represented the for lack of a better word, an Osirian state of death. When people died, they became Wasir. Whenever you read a so-called Book of the Dead or Rauniyu Peret Imheru, when you read those, the person for whom that book was made is Wasir. They become a Wasir, and
Is
you see
Wasir
that.
mean same thing as Osiris?
Yes. I'm just saying it different. Yep,
Okay.
Osiris or Wasir.
Okay.
So they become Osiris, or they become an Osiris, and they're associated with they inherit all of the properties and epithets of Osiris. And so they become black. And so that's why Tutankhamun is, there's a statue of him black. That's why Ahmos Nefertari becomes black. It's not that she was black or her skin color. It has nothing to do with her skin color. It has everything to do with the symbolisms and the associations with the color and what it meant to the ancient Egyptians. So I want everybody to understand that. I think everybody and their mother knows that Tutankhamun was not jet black. But yet here we see a statue of him being jet black. And we see that the Egyptians did this many times, because this is from the tomb of Rekhmi Ra. Okay. On the left. Yes.
Question. So the Wasir Osiris in the pitch black, you agree that's a headdress he has on, correct?
A headdress?
Yes. The gold thing he has on his head.
Oh, Tutankhamun statue, yeah, on the right, yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about the guys in the brown behind him? Is that a headdress also?
You mean the black statue on the left, or
No,
the
we
Egyptian?
talked about that already. That's an headdress. We agree.
Yeah, yeah.
On the pitch black one, okay. Well, the workers,
Uh huh.
the black on their head. Do you think that's a headdress also?
A headdress and not their hair. Hair? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. Correct.
Oh, as far as workers, that was probably their hair, because
You think that's their hair right there?
yeah, because a lot of people wore wigs, but it wouldn't even have been practical to wear a wig and do that kind of work. The kind of work that they were doing, it wasn't about wearing a wig. So in these instances, they're royalty that wear wigs. Even the famous one people try to put up all the time, Malhapri, the mummy of Malhapri with the curly hair, that's actually a wig. But
Okay, so why is this one guy bald who's dressing Osiris, and the other ones have the black
yeah,
headdress or hair?
that's just a variety, because there's I can show you a lot of pictures like that. So, but what I'm saying is that when they did that kind of work, it was definitely not about wearing wigs. So and everybody wasn't bald, like everybody wasn't shaving their head either. So people had their hair. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you trying to if the hair issue is leading to whether it was a woolly nappy hair and all that other kind of stuff, that's a whole nother thing. But
Yeah, I don't know.
if you
I can't call it.
right, but if you're asking if that's their hair, most likely it was, because you could look at the kind of work they were doing. They weren't trying to glue no wig down and then get out there in the hot sun to be carving and building stuff. Nah, it wasn't about that.
It's not like us today putting on our lashes and the lace wigs and going to work, you know.
Because
Like
other
it's a
than
luxury thing, innit? Like at that time, like
because other than the shindit, the apron like thing they have on, they pretty much naked. So they're not trying to put no hot wig on their head like that. You know, if anything, they'll cover with glue. They ain't gluing no wig on.
in hot weather
Let me
and your
let me
physical work.
let me go to the beauty shop and get me a nice bushy wig and glue on, and then do some cement work in 90-degree weather. Yeah, that'll show them. But nah, all right. But I'm gonna shut it down, y'all. I really appreciate everybody. Shazmu, if you still there, appreciate you coming through.
Oh, thanks for letting me on, Woo. And I'm get out of here. And I just wanted to ask that one little few questions I asked. That's all.
All right, appreciate it. So I look forward. We gotta get together on those figures though. All right.
Okay. Let me figure out how to get out of here.
All right. So I can stop sharing that and get back to where I was. All right. So I'm gonna close out. Listen, I appreciate everybody tuning in. Hope everybody have a good Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe. Enjoy your family, of course. Eat good. Whip out the don't burn the house down now. You got some people who think they can who think they could throw down on the grill and be like, was that Eddie Murphy stand up a long time ago? That's a fire. That's a fire. Next thing you know, boy, you see people going live from their car because they burnt their house down and whatnot. So Now, y'all enjoy yourselves, stay safe, and I appreciate y'all hanging out. But remember, the whole point of this, and this is a favor I will ask, because we don't ask too much, but spread the word about these different videos we have, because we've been laying down some important information that would definitely help out in all these different conversations. Almost every point people bring up, we got a vid for that. We got a video for it. We really do. All right, and spend some time, check it out, and make sure you thumb up these videos. Cause however the algorithms work, obviously if you thumb it up, more views, more thumb ups, that's fine. We don't even monetize our videos. Like if you watch our videos, I don't know if you see. Do you see? Like if you don't monetize it, no, none of those commercial breaks come through. I don't think, or whatever. But we don't even do all of that kind of stuff.
No cash apps, no nothing.
Yeah, and cash apps. Now I'm not saying any of that's wrong or whatever, or if you feel generous, by all means. But that's not what it's about. So my point for saying that is that we rely on people spreading the word. Like we rely, if you see a good video, some information, man, share it. Share it with the person you think is interested in there, whether you like it or not. Even if you disagree with it, that's fine too, because we could talk about it. Open for discussion on everything. I see Astro said Egyptians can handle the sun. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. They can handle the sun, of course. They built things out there in the sun, boy. So yeah, of course. Now I was saying nobody's trying to double down with some glue. Imagine put some crazy glue on your scalp and then put a wig on to go chisel some bricks. All right. So
Oh, but real quick,
you got any last things? Yeah.
oh no, I don't have much to say, but I just wanted to remind you, are we going to have we've got a bid for that series? And what can people expect if we do?
Well, tonight was basically our first time, saying, we got a vid for that, and so this was like interactive, but we all the videos in our archive, so we may do this again. We could do this again. We can go live and we can just it's kind of like an open session where the questions, we just point people to the videos, and then I can kind of summarize like how we did tonight. But it would definitely be unfair for people to expect me to re-explain things that I've already done full videos on. That's just unfair, and I'm against that. Like I'm trying to push things forward. People can't hold things back by doing that when there's a video available. I can see if we don't have any videos available on certain topics, then I would have to explain it. But we have full videos on a lot of these things more than once. All right, and there's some
Yeah.
key ones.
Yep. And then we have timestamp some videos. We are continuing to work on timestamping all the videos in our archive. But then what we know that is kind of done right now to make even your search easier is to, when you go to the Sesh channel, just go to the playlist section, because then we have categorized everything. We have our own video list, like Gardner list. So we've categorized all the different topics appropriately. So that would be a good place to start when looking for videos.
Yep. Oh, Mika's is I guess suggesting that we do have Cash App. No, I'm not against it. That we just have never done that. That's why when people say, that's why we dodge all the accusations of scamming and y'all doing it for money. See, nobody can say any of that stuff for anything we do, but research and research materials cost money. So yeah, I mean that's I'm not against it. I was just pointing out the fact that that's not something that we focused on yet at all. Like our whole history of this channel, we haven't focused on stuff like that. All right, and this channel's been what, 9 years old now, I think. So
Yeah, going on 9 years is a little bit over 8 years.
Yep. So I'm not against it at all. Who was that asked the question? Okay, Sat 12. This is the last question. Would wouldn't you agree some Egyptians were of sub-Saharan type? Sat 12, I'm against explaining all of that because sub-Saharan is the same as this modern racial construct. When you type things out like that, that's what comes out from the 16th century. The whole supra-Saharan versus sub-Saharan conversation, all of that. I don't deal with that. I don't deal with that at all. The Egyptians are the Egyptians. You have to, and we have a video. Matter of fact, MK, you can find a video. What makes an Egyptian an Egyptian? What made the Egyptians the Egyptians? What made a person an Egyptian? That's what matters. That's the only thing that matters when studying a people. What makes a people a people? It's them distinguished against somebody else that you could distinguish and identify them as such a people. And it wasn't about skin color. It wasn't about whether they were supra-Sahara or sub-Sahara. None of that stuff applies, and it doesn't matter. And I don't get caught up in any of that. The ancient Egyptians were the ancient Egyptians. That should be sufficient. They were Africans by the mere fact that they existed on the continent of Africa that we call Africa today. They're ancient Egyptians because we call Egypt today, and they're not here now, so we say ancient. It's real simple. Like these are not. I'm not saying that Sat. I'm not saying you're arguing in any form of fashion, but I'm saying these issues become arguments because people focus on the wrong thing. Whether they're sub-Sahara or not, I think that's a fruitless conversation. I really do. And it's only a conversation that people are having to push back against racism in early Egyptology. It's only because of that. Because if early Egyptologists did not express racist ideas in the early Egyptological work, then people wouldn't really have a need to have these conversations at all. So it's a pushback because they say ancient Egyptians were white, they were Caucasoid, they were this and that, and they're denying anything about Africa. And so people feel a way about it, they get offended, and so now it's the pushback. Oh, and they do the exact same thing, but the opposite. They say, nah, the Egyptians were black, they were sub-Saharan, and then people post on Facebook nothing but the dark pictures. Like they'll go out their way to find Egyptian artwork where the Egyptians are painted darker and post them, or post the statuary, the statues. But they'll leave all the 90% of all the other artwork. Y'all don't understand. I may do a show. I may do like a 2-hour show of just sharing pictures. I got a terabyte. I got an external drive of nothing but pictures. Nothing but pictures. I took time to collect. I got quality, tons of pictures. I may just do a whole hour just sharing pictures. Went after like a slideshow. And dominant is this desher color that Egyptians painted themselves as. People gotta live with it. I say sub-Sahara, super-Sahara, so what? Who cares? Black or white, so what? Who cares? That's my stance. So, you're asking me for my stance or my, would I agree? That's my answer. I don't think it matters. And it really doesn't. Because it doesn't say who they are. What I can say is that the Egyptians looked at their sub-Egyptian or sub-Kemet, and by sub-Kemet I mean south of Kemet, below Kemet. Sub means below. The ancient Egyptians looked at their sub-Egyptian neighbors a certain way. They depicted them a certain way, and they felt a certain way about them. They were their enemies. They have a love-hate relationship. And there you have it. They were not them. Anybody say the Nubians, when they say Nubians, they're talking about the people in modern day equivalent to Sudan. The Egyptian southern neighbors are not Egyptians. The Egyptians distinguish themselves from them. I got text after text, description after description. They say they're lazy, They said that they are like children. They're easily distracted. They they call their southern neighbors rebellious. All kinds of things. With that, MK, you got any last things?
Real quick, just so we don't leave anybody hanging. Somebody said, "Can you speak to the benefits of traditional learning and structured education?" I think we have some a few videos on that. You've spoken a little bit of that. There's actually a playlist on our channel for education. I'm not sure how many videos are there, but yeah, if anything is missing, maybe Wuja would definitely like to speak about that because that's your territory.
Yeah, we got a video for that. We got a vid for that. Andragogy pedagogy, where we talk about. Matter of fact, I forgot the brother just disappeared. It was a brother that challenged me on teaching methods and stuff, and we did a video to kind of break that down. So it's in our archives. But the benefit of traditional learning and structured education, boy, it is a lot of benefits. Man, it's kind of too late for me to go into them, but all I can say is that there are a lot of benefits of a structured educational environment, and I mean that's just it. It's in a nutshell. What I tell people is to do a brief investigation on andragogy, which is the science of teaching adults, and pedagogy, the science of teaching children. Look into that, and you'll see the different techniques, the different methods of teaching, and all of that good stuff. And what I said last time is that although we combine the word teacher and educator and we treat them as synonyms of each other, they're really not. But they are two separate functions that should be performed by a single person. So all teachers should be educators as well, and all educators should be teachers as well. And to teach means to point something out, and to educate means to draw out something that's already there. So what a teacher does, teacher and educator, teacher slash educator does, they gain the skill to merge what a person already has within them, in their psyche and everything, and draw that out and merge it with things that they point out, new knowledge. So you're matching new knowledge with existing experiences that the person has. And when you master that, then you become a very excellent, good teacher. And that's part of it. But yeah, I'm all for that. All right. So I'm definitely, let's take that off the screen.
Yeah, with that, we would definitely say get in the fair and Shemim Hotep.
Yes,
And Dua
yes.
for tuning in with us today on the panel.